This is what it all comes down to. You've got 8 of the premier scratch players.
It's a hard pattern too. You need some adequate bowlers.
Good luck. Good luck.
Should be doing something.
Okay. Just like you drew it up. That will just about do it.
It's just nice to be back again.
The party certainly doesn't stop in Whitewater, Wisconsin.
This tournament live stream is a special presentation of Bowling with the Fef.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Don Carter Lanes in Rockford, Illinois. We are a few minutes away here from the start of the Collegiate Club National Championship Tournament. And we are going to start out with some opening ceremonies. And that's going to get going in just a minute. A full weekend of college bowling action. And we're glad you're here for it. We've got teams from all over the country, and you're going to get to know them over the course of our day here. We're going to start with pool play, advance on to double elimination bracket match play, to set us up for Championship Sunday, where we'll whittle this thing down to the point where we get men's and women's champions. I'm going to turn things over to scorekeeper Sean Walkner, who's about to
good
MC.
morning, everyone, and welcome to the 12th Annual Club National Championships and our opening ceremonies. We would like to begin by recognizing our presenting sponsor, Bowler Superior Inventory, BSI. Additional support for the event is provided by Don Carter Lanes, Bowling with the Fef, Kegel, and the Rockford Visitors Bureau. This weekend, teams will be competing for the Carlson Cup. The Carlson Cup is named after Glenn Carlson, the late head coach of the California State University Fresno bowling program. Glenn served as the head coach from 1969 to 2008. He led the women's program to 14 intercollegiate team championship appearances and the men to 8. Glenn served 4 years as the chairperson for the ACUI Recreation Committee, 3 years as the ACUI Women's Bowling Director, 8 years as the ACUI Bowling Co-Director, and 10 years on the ABC WIBC Collegiate Eligibility Committee. Because of his commitment and service to college bowling, Glenn was named the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association 2001 Gordon Teagan Meritorious Service Award recipient. And because of the success of his programs, Glenn was twice named the NCBCA Coach of the Year. The Club National Championships is extremely excited and honored to recognize Glenn Carlson as the namesake of our championship trophy. Today, teams will be competing in 5 pool play matches to determine their seed for the double elimination bracket, which will begin later on this afternoon and continue into tomorrow. Each of our pools are named after former club coaches who continued or contributed significantly to collegiate bowling. On the women's side, our 2 pool namesakes are the former University of Nebraska Omaha head coach Judy Dye and the former Missouri State University head coach Steve Weimer. On the men's side, our 4 pool namesakes are the late Florida State University head coach Marv Overby, former University of Illinois head coach and 2026 inductee into the USBC Collegiate Hall of Fame, Steve Lawson, the Indiana University head coach and founder of the Hoosier Classic, Bob Burks, and former Ohio State University head coach, Al Sowards. Before we begin this year's championship event, we would like to present our Club Team Bowling Coaches Association Club All-American Awards. Finalists for the Club All-American teams were determined by a student athlete finishing in the top 30 for either average or average differential among club players with a minimum of 30 games as reported by USBC Collegiate. A panel of club coaches was then selected and they voted for the top 10 individuals in rank order. The 10 student athletes who received the most votes will be named the 2025-2026 Club First Team and Second Team All-Americans. The first-year student with the most points, regardless if they were in the top 10 or not, will be named the Club Rookie of the Year, and the student athlete with the most overall points will be named the Club Player of the Year. At this time, we would like to announce our Club All-American finalists. Student athletes, as I announce your name and hopefully I get close, we ask that you please step out onto the approach and remain out there until the announcement of our first and second teams have been announced. We will begin our announcements of the finalists for the Club Teams Bowling Coaches Association Women's Club All-Americans that are not in attendance this weekend. From Bowling Green State University, Abigail Turonsky. Now, for those finalists that are here with us today, ladies, as I announce your name and try to not butcher it, please step out onto the approach and remain out there until the announcements, again, of our first and second team. First, on lane 5, from Illinois State University, Melanie Horn. On lane 6, from Wartburg College, Lauren Funk and Madison Shantz. On lane 7, from Muskingum University, Bridget Cake, Elizabeth Springsteen, Faith Smith, Lillian Madison, and Taylor Clark. On lane 8, from Capital University, Jolene Powers and Olivia Hicks. On lane 9, from Grand Valley State University, Isabella Burnt and Mackenzie Callahan. On lane 10, from Ohio State University, Abigail Rothen-Buehler, Elena Baker, and Emma Few. On lane 11, from San Jose State University, Alexandra Hernandez and Anne-Marie Garcia. On lane 12, from Alma College, Abigail DeBrine, Kendra Walsh, Mackenzie Gazzarini, Mia Winter, and Morgan Smith. On lane 13, from Coe College, Carly Gordon, Jenna Reeder, Caitlin Kontz, Kaylee Harris, and Shelby Longston. On lane 14, from the University of Texas, San Antonio, Chandra Williams. And on lane 16, from Purdue University, Caitlin Bosco, Haley Christensen, and Riley Fritchley. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all of these student athletes a round of applause for their selection as finalists for the Women's Club All-American Awards. And now for the announcement of your Women's Club Second Team All-Americans. When we announce your name, ladies, please come down to lanes 17 and 18 to receive your award. To present our Women's Club All-American Awards is Brandon Mooney, Treasurer of the Club Teams Bowling Coaches Association, and Ryan Mooney, and no, they are not brothers, Director at Large for the Club Team Bowling Coaches Association. First, from Purdue University, Caitlin Bosco. Next, from Coe College, Carly Gordon. From Muskingum University, Elizabeth Springsteen. Next, from Purdue University, Kaylee Christensen. And our final Women's Club Second Team All-American, from Capital University, Jolene Powers. Now for our Women's Club First Team All-Americans. First up, from Wartburg College, Lauren Funk. Next, also from Wartburg College, Madison Shantz. From Alma College, Morgan Smith. Next, from Co-College, Shelby Longston. And our final Women's Club First Team All-American, from Muskingum University, Taylor Clark. She's there. Now for the announcement of our 2025-26 Women's Club Rookie of the Year. From Capital University, Jolene Powers. And your 2025-26 Women's Club Player of the Year. From Wartburg College, Lauren Funk. Congratulations to each of our Women's Club All-American finalists and award winners. Our next award is for the Larry Wilson Women's Club Coach of the Year Award. Larry Wilson started the Morehead State University bowling program in the early 1970s and served as the head coach until he retired in 2007. Under Larry's leadership, the women's program captured 4 national championships. There were 18 first-team All-Americans honored during Larry's tenure. Additionally, several players went on to represent their home countries on their national team. In 2008, Larry was recognized and honored for his commitment as a tournament director by the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association as the Gordon Teagan Meritorious Service Award recipient. Coaches, as we announce the finalists, please make your way down to lanes 17 and 18. The 4 finalists for the Larry Wilson Women's Club Coach of the Year. First, from Wartburg College, Alexis Runk. From Purdue University, Carson Opela. From Muskingum University, Doug Smith. And our last finalist from Co-College, Randy Dodge. And for our recipient of this year's Larry Wilson Women's Club Coach of the Year, Alexis Runk from Wartburg College. Congratulations, Alexis, and all of our finalists and their teams on a great season. All right, now we will move on to our men's division and begin with announcing of the finalists for the Club Team Bowling Coaches Association Men's Club All-Americans that are not in attendance this weekend. First, from Louisiana State University, Braden Torres. From Saginaw Valley State University, Jason Shore. From SUNY Stony Brook, Joseph Bell. And now for those finalists that are with us today, gentlemen, as we announce your name, I ask that you please step out onto the approach and remain there until the announcement of our first and second teams. Starting on lane 40, from Baldwin Wallace University, Aiden Compton. On lane 39, from Ohio State University, Bryce Lewin and David Hart. On lane 38, from Muskingum University, Brody Wilderman, Kaylin Guthrie, Jacob Willard, and Talon Newton. On lane 37, from the University of Texas, San Antonio, William Jewell. On lane 35, from Co-College, Brennan Heck, Cody Adams, and Dylan McCulley. On lane 33, from William Patterson University, Ben Darrow and Ethan Bromley. On lane 32, from Marian University, Wisconsin, Aiden Scott, Alex Gladowski, Jason Spanbauer, and Cody Lightson. On lane 31, from Arizona State University, Cesar Padilla. On lane 27, from Grand Canyon University, Jovan Macardo and Juan Keynes. On lane 26, from Purdue University, Jason Conrad, John Francis, and Joshua Sachs. On lane 25, from the University of Wisconsin-Platteville, Riley Ignatsky. On lane 23, from Rochester Institute of Technology, Declan Stiles. On lane 22, from Bowling Green State University, Colin Hunter. On lane 21, from Wartburg College, Louis Shantz. On lane 20, from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Brady Lauber, Dawson Peterson, Jack Steger, Louis Pisano, Luke Winter, Nate Vanderbeek, and Nicholas Sachs. On lane 19, from the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, Logan Agnonsky. And finally, on lane 17, from New Jersey Institute of Technology, Avenshaw Rampersand and Logan Chappelle. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all of these student athletes a round of applause for their selection as finalists for the Men's Club All-American Awards. Now for the announcement of your Men's Club Second Team All-Americans. Gentlemen, as we announce your name, please come to lanes 15 and 16 to receive your awards. To present the Men's Club All-American Awards is Kyle Woodcock, Director of Large for the Club Team Bowling Coaches Association. First, from William Patterson University, Ben Darrow. From Marian University, Wisconsin, Jason Spanbauer. From SUNY Stony Brook, Joseph Bell. Next, from Grand Canyon University, Jovan Macardo. And our final Men's Club Second Team All-American, from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Luke Winter. What's that? Colder?
Right, you said to make it colder here, and I'm like, they're all set.
For our Men's Club First Team All-American, first up, from Arizona State University, Cesar Padilla. Next, from Ohio State University, David Hart. From the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Dawson Peterson. Also from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Louis Pisano. And our final Men's Club First Team All-American, from the University of Texas San Antonio, William Jewell. Now for your 2025-26 Men's Club Rookie of the Year. From the University of Texas San Antonio, William Jewell. And for your 2025-26 Men's Club Player of the Year, from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Louis Pisano. Congratulations to each of our Men's Club All-American finalists and award winners. Our final award today is the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year Award. Randy is the former head coach at Western Illinois University. There are very few coaches who can say they won a national championship in their first appearance at the Intercollegiate Team Championships, but Randy is one of those few. In fact, Randy led his men's team to 3 national championships in his first 4 years of coaching. He followed that up with a 3rd place finish in 2003. Then in 2004, the success shifted from the men's program to the women's, with 2 third-place finishes at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. During Randy's 10 years at Western Illinois, he coached 5 NCBCA All-Americans, and 3 players spent time on Junior and Team USA. Randy was also a huge supporter in the creation and implementation of the Leatherneck Classic. As we announce the finalists for the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year Award, we ask that you please come down to lanes 15 and 16. The 4 finalists for the Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year are first, from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, Brandon Mooney. Next, from Marian University, Wisconsin, Josh Schneider. From Purdue University, Ryan Mooney. And our final finalist, from Ohio State University, Scott Morrison.
He's a wrestle for the award.
I take him.
Yeah. Mooney. Little one.
And the recipient of this year's Randy Widger Men's Club Coach of the Year, Brandon Mooney from the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. Congratulations to Brandon and each of our finalists and teams on a great season. Once again, congratulations to all of our award winners here today. Let's give them all a round of applause. While we are recognizing achievements, there are 2 other groups of student athletes that we would like to recognize at this time. First, the NCBCA Scholar Athlete Award was presented at sectionals to any student who has a cumulative grade point average of 3.5 or higher through the first semester of this season. If you meet this criteria and receive the NCBCA Scholar Athlete Award, please step out on the approach to be recognized at this time. Once again, congratulations on your success inside the classroom. The next group of student athletes that we would like to recognize today are all of our graduating seniors and those student athletes exhausting their 4 years of eligibility. Please step out onto the approach and be recognized at this time. Congratulations on all your success, and thank you for all you've given to college bowling and your programs. All right, at this time, we're going to introduce each of our teams competing for the Club National Championships. As we introduce your teams, we ask that you please make your way out onto the approach as we will follow the announcements with the playing of our national anthem. Starting in our women's division, teams competing in the Weimer Pool, Illinois State University, Wartburg College, Muskegum University, Capital University, Grand Valley State University, and Ohio State University. Teams competing in the dye pool, San Jose State University, Alma College, Coe College, the University of Texas San Antonio, Michigan State University, and Purdue University. You're getting ready with the anthem, right? Now on to the men's division. Teams competing in the Sowards Pool, Baldwin Wallace University, Ohio State University, Muskegum University, University of Texas San Antonio, Capital University, and Coe College. Competing in the Berks Pool, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, William Patterson University, Marion University, Wisconsin, Arizona State University, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and San Jose State University. Teams competing in the Lawson Pool, Penn State University Berks, Grand Canyon University, Purdue University, University of Wisconsin Platteville, Penn State University Park, and Rochester Institute of Technology. And finally, competing in the Overby Pool, Bowling Green State University, Wartburg College, University of Wisconsin Whitewater, University of Wisconsin Oshkosh, Fresno State University, and New Jersey Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these teams and student athletes a round of applause as they begin to compete in the 2026 Club National Championship presented by Bowler Superior Inventory, BSI. At this time, we ask that everyone stand, if you are able, remove your hats, and turn towards lane 1, where the American flag is hung, as we play our national anthem. Are you guys ready to turn the lanes on? All right. At this time, teams, your lanes will be coming on for 15 minutes of practice. You will receive 7.5 minutes on your non-starting lane and 7.5 minutes on your assigned lane. I will announce when it is time to switch. Your lanes are now coming on.
All right. So the opening ceremony has concluded, and we are getting ready to get to the competition part, the part that everybody's looking forward to here, as the athletes are going into practice mode here. They'll have 15 minutes, as Sean said, 7 minutes on one lane. They'll switch over to the other and go with 7 minutes there. So a big thank you to everyone who's joining us this morning. A bunch of you on live, really appreciate that. Coverage of the Collegiate Club National Championships presented by Bowlers Superior Inventory. And we're going to get going with pool play in just a moment here. Get you into the broadcast booth. I'm Andrew Pfeffer. For those who are coming to the channel for the first time, welcome. Glad to have you on here live or on replay. We're in Rockford, Illinois at Don Carter Lanes, a 42-lane center in north central Illinois. We've got some of the best collegiate teams in the country, those with club status, as determined by collegebowling.com rankings. And they took the top 25 on the men's side, I believe the top 12 on the women's side, and invited them. Those that accepted the invitations are here. Those who didn't are not. And they kind of went down the list with 26, 27, 28, et cetera on the men's side, 13, 14, 15 on the women's side. So here's who we ended up with. This is the men's pool play groups. You can see the Overby pool has the defending men's champion UW Whitewater, ranked number 1 out there, along with several others, including Wartburg, New Jersey Institute of Technology, who we will see here on our live stream pair in the first match. UW Oshkosh, Fresno State, Bowling Green State to round out that pool. The Lawson pool includes Purdue University, Grand Canyon, Rochester Institute of Technology, UW Platteville, and the 2 Penn State teams, Park and Berks. In the Berks pool, you've got Marion of Wisconsin, William Patterson, San Jose State, Arizona State, Milwaukee, and UNLV. And in the Sowards pool, Muskingum, you've got Ohio State, College, Texas, San Antonio Capital, and Baldwin Wallace. In the women's pools, starting with the Dye pool, defending champion College, Alma College, Purdue, the runner-up from last year, who is also starting out on our live stream pair, along with Texas, San Antonio, Michigan State. You'll see in action in the first match. San Jose State rounding out the Dye pool. In the Weimer pool, Muskingum, Wartburg, Ohio State, Capital University, Grand Valley State, and Illinois State University. So here's the pool process. Each team bowls a 4-game Baker match against the other teams in their pool. The total pinfall determines the winner of the match. So it's not necessarily head-to-head each time, but the cumulative scores that really matter. The top 2 teams from each pool, based on their win-loss record, receive first-round byes in the double elimination bracket. You've got a few tiebreakers in there, just in case the total pinfall ends in a tie. And for the women's field, it's similar. So there are the parameters for the pool play process. What are we bowling on this morning? Well, on the men's side, it's a little shorter than the women's, both right around that low 40s as far as length. 42 feet for the men, 33 mils with a 2.22 to 1 ratio. On the women's side, 43 feet, 28.9 mils, with a 2.89 to 1 ratio. pretty tough any way you slice it, but there are the lane graphs. You can also see these up on the Bowling with the Fef Facebook page. I've got this graphic posted up there. And, of course, they change over the course of the day, but this is what we're starting out with. And, yeah, as I mentioned, UW-Whitewater and Coe College, your defending champions on the men's and women's side, respectively. But a long history of this tournament dating back to 2014. And a lot of great teams over the years taking this championship. Whitewater, if you recall last year, took this championship on the way to winning the Intercollegiate Team Championship for the season. And although they did not advance through their sectional this season, still a lot to play for here in Rockford. Glad to see some folks commenting in. You've got Nolis Rodriguez saying good morning, NJIT, and go Eddie Flood Jr. And Mr. Flood and his teammates will be on our live stream pair here for the first match. You'll see them off to the right here on 17 and 18. And over the course of the tournament, we'll be talking to some other folks that are involved with things in college bowling and beyond. But it's a pretty full house here. We're not using all 42, but we're pretty close. I believe it's just the end pair that's on either end that is not being used. So a lot of action. We'll try and bring it to you as best we can.
Teams, please switch lanes for your final 7.5 minutes of practice.
And they're going to switch over to the opposite lane. Remember, you can find tournament info at this address, clubteambowling.com. That's where you can find the schedule and figure out where your favorite teams will be participating, all that good stuff. There we go. Jen Landis shouting out Earl Bowl lanes for Penn State University. I remember that was a family center for one of the athletes that was, I believe, at the Big Ten Championships as well. I'm going to cut the mic just for a second to make a little audio adjustment. Hang on. All right, that's a little better. The Jeremy J. Weight Loss Journey says, good morning from Columbus, Ohio. Good luck to Capital University, men's and women's. And happy 19th birthday to Capital's Samantha J. Yeah, happy birthday, Samantha. I know the Capital team, along with the other women's teams, are on the low end of the house, and that's how they keep each oil pattern with the women and the men, since it's a little different. So the women are bowling on 5 through 16. The men start on 17, and I believe they're all the way through about maybe 40, either 38 or 40. It's hard to see over the crush of people, which is commonplace for a college event. You got everybody standing up and cheering on their team. But yeah, a lot of excitement coming, and glad that all of you are here for it. Craig Knowles says, let's go NJIT. One of the teams that was here with us last year. Good to see those teams like NJIT and Fresno State, who we'll see in the first match, coming in from long distances. It is appreciated. A lot easier for our Midwestern teams to make their way out here without a long drive like those folks have. So it is not lost on us. They made that trip.
Teams, you have 2 minutes remaining in practice. 2 minutes. All right, teams, please hold up on your practice. During qualifying, you'll be doing a 4-game total pin match against the team on your pair. The team with the highest total will receive a point. The points you earn will seed you into the double elimination bracket later this afternoon. Should there be a tie for a number of wins, Total pinfall will determine the tiebreaker. Teams, you are ready to go. You may press the yellow check mark and begin competition. Parents, spectators, let's give these teams a round of applause as they compete for the Club National Championship and the Frank Carlson Cup. Good luck, teams.
All right, as we get these teams sent off and ready to compete, there's Casimira Thorman saying go green for Michigan State. You'll see them start off on lane 15 right in front of us. And if you're watching us live, feel free. Let us know where you're watching from. Shout out your favorite team. You know, the athletes love to, watch back and see their names and their teams up in the chat. Good stuff. A. Dalston says, good luck to first-year bowler Amir Alston and the Capital University bowling team. From Iota Phi Theta Fraternity. And a go green from Kellogg Racing. So Michigan State has got a lot of support. They'll be starting things out with Kenzie Swartz when they get going on lane 15. Purdue will counter with Chloe Hicklin starting things out on lane 16. Purdue, if you'll recall, if you're a frequent viewer to the channel, they took the title late last year at the Big Ten Championship. New Jersey starting out strong with a strike. Hickland up high, and we'll just have a 10-pin to deal with. Sean Knowles says, let's go NJIT. And a spare on the Fresno side from Neil Weinstein. All right. Swartz from Michigan State. Ooh, a little bit high and ended up chopping that 136. So they'll start from behind as Hicklin covered that spare, that 10-pin. And New Jersey following up that open with a strike in the third. And that's Jackson Rapavi taking down 10 on lane 17. For Fresno, Lucas Kraus missing right on that 4-pin. So pretty tight match, opens on both sides. We'll see where it goes from here. Again, both these teams on the right, the men's teams making long trips to Rockford, New Jersey, and from Fresno, California. And that is great to see. And there's a double. Logan Chappelle hitting all 10. All right. Carol Ann Blower saying, "Go green, good luck, Lily." And Lily Jacobs is the anchor for Michigan State in this opening match here. Purdue's got Caitlin Bosco taking down the spare as they try to build on to a 14-pin lead. So Jeremy J. Weight Loss Journey says, do you know which teams will be on the live stream? The answer is yes, although I don't have them handy with me. If you go to the that link that I posted in the chat right away, clubteambowling.com, and you look under in the top toolbar, there is a schedule link. It'll show you which teams are where. And our live stream pairs are 15 through 18, so 15 and 16 on the women's side and 17 and 18 on the men's side. And they don't have team names. They have numbers that, with the team names on the bottom. So if you can kind of match the number to the team, you can figure out who is where. So, like I said, don't have them handy right now, but there is a place to find them. And Purdue's women's team catching fire here as Riley Pritchard hits their third strike in a row. Kenzie Swartz for Michigan State taking down the spare. But despite that open there, Kaylee Christensen still a pretty good-sized lead from Purdue. And if you notice, Purdue about to step up in their 9th frame, Michigan State just in the 7th, and the teams can do that. They can kind of adjust their tempo depending on what's going on in the match and how they see things, because they're all bowling on one lane. They will switch, but each game is on a single lane. And a big split for Bosco. And she'll take 2, 162 through 9, as they try to put the finishing touches on a nice start here. That's Logan Chappelle, who just slapped out the 10-pin for NJIT. And double up with Avi Rampersad connecting, burying that one deep in the pocket. So they're going to start out ahead after one game. And they're a team that'll let you know. So 169 for Purdue. A couple of opens to end that first game, but they will be ahead after one. There's Marsha Hungerford saying, "Go WP," sending California cheers to you. If you like what you see here, heck, even if you don't, I'd sure appreciate it if you would subscribe to the channel, like this video. It does help what I do, providing tournament live streams on YouTube. Also do a weekly show with long form interviews. And it's like when I said that, Sean Wachner's ears must be burning. He was one of my first guests. He's a busy guy, but he's taking the time to join us here. I know this is kind of an awkward angle, but you know, you're looking up there. Say hi to the people.
How's it going? Thanks for being here today.
Really good. Thanks for having us. No, this has been a lot of fun so far, and it only gets better from here.
Again, thanks for being here at the Club National Championships and streaming live for us. Awesome to have you here.
For some reason, we're not hearing you.
Right, nobody wants to hear me anyway.
Yes, we do.
Are we good now? Are we live?
Now we're
you can
good.
hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Awesome. Well, once again, thanks for being here, Andrew. It's been great having you here stream live for the event, and we're excited to get started here today.
This has been a thrill for me, especially having done it last year. You never know what you're going to see and experience in one of these things until it's right in your face. And this event is so special. And you had a hand in really kind of starting this thing up.
Right. Yeah. I think this is the 13th annual. It's hard to keep track with COVID in the middle of it. But yeah, me and a couple coaches were watching the NAIA championships in 2013. And we're like, why can't we do something very similar like this for non-scholarship programs? And it was Scott Savage at Purdue and Bobby Brown, who was at Morehead State at the time. The three of us were just chatting together and like, let's put our resources together and pull off an event. And we held our first one in 2014 in Indianapolis, Indiana. And here we are 13, 14 years later.
It's so cool to see not only the teams that, because you're going to have teams like Purdue, Whitewater, Michigan State, Co, that don't have a huge drive ahead of them. We've got a men's match here between one coast and another.
Right. It's awesome having like New Jersey Institute of Technology, Rochester Institute of Technology out of New York is here. But then we have Fresno State. We've got Arizona State. San Jose State is here. Grand Canyon, which is also in Arizona. So it's awesome getting teams from really all corners of the country here to bowl this event here this weekend.
Yeah. Everybody wants to know, of course, what does it take to win this thing? I mean, we know the format, but, having been a coach of one of these, highly ranked teams year in and year out,
honestly, it's a lot of luck, right? Because it's all head-to-head match play. And as we've seen in basketball this week, right? Like University of Iowa's in the Elite Eight, right? As a ninth ranked team in the country. So truly, when you're in a match play situation, anything can win. You've got to make great shots. You have to fill your frame, but you also have to have the pins fall your way. So there is an element of kind of luck into it. But again, I mean, it's good shot making, it's filling frames, and being in the right and a good mental mindset is really what carries teams through grueling formats like this.
Yeah. When you came up here, you had the hard copies of the lane graphs that you can see right up here on the screen. And the ratio really stood out to me. I mean, this is tough stuff.
It's not meant to be easy, right? Because we're crowning a national champion. And sometimes softer patterns can let a little more teams have some opportunity. And one of the things we did when I was running the event is we wanted shot making to be rewarded. Right now, we didn't want something absolutely impossible where 170, 180 was winning games in men's matches. But we did want to emphasize shot making, and it's seeing that tradition continues with these patterns that they're using this weekend.
I love those events where you got to earn it. It's not
100%.
It's not a carry contest. If you're not making the shots, and you know how it is in the team format, one person makes a bad shot, that negative energy can transfer.
100%. And it's hard to break that cycle sometimes.
Sure.
Right? Like just watching the teammates split, and then you have to go up after that, especially when we get to match play. This is a little different now in qualifying, but when you're in match play, again, it's the first team to win 3 in a best of 5. And if you're in the contenders bracket here, it's only best of 3, right? So you can only lose 1 game.
Yeah.
So that pressure mounts when, again, maybe your leadoff bowler, or God forbid your fourth bowler, when they're in the 9th frame opens and you have to double to win, your squeeze gets a little bit tighter, right? The pressure gets to you. And sometimes you're going to make that shot. You're going to step up and make great shots in that moment, or you won't. So
yeah. What do you do as a coach out there? I mean, are you constantly talking to your players? Are you letting them do what they do? I suppose it's different for every player.
It is. It's kind of knowing your players and what they need. Some players I know, like when we were in the national championship in 2022, back in Addison when I was coaching at Whitewater, some players needed just a mental reset, right? Like Drake Basley was a kid. I didn't really talk to him a lot about home play. It was more making sure he was in the right state of mind. And again, just mentally comfortable to make good shots. Where other guys, it was more, okay, this is what we're seeing in transition. Make sure you make this 3-2, this 4-2. Maybe it's a ball change, right? So it's really knowing your players and then giving them the adjustment, whether mentally or physically, that they need.
Yeah. This is Sean Walkner, former UW Whitewater head coach, in the booth with me right now as we are in the second game of these first pool matches. And you can see that Fresno kind of getting off the schneid a little bit. I'm sure they didn't appreciate falling in that first game to NJIT, but NJIT, moving right along. NJIT is one of those teams that really gets loud.
Right.
when they're in the zone and they've got guys who are feeding off of each other. How would you say your teams were? Were they loud like that? Were they not?
So they were definitely not chanty,
Okay.
Like it wasn't like the consistent chance like you get with some schools. It was like the yeses, the moments, bursts of excitement. When again you strung 3 or 4 in a row, or you again had a messenger come rolling across the deck and help take out a corner pin of some kind. So again, and it amped up a little more once we got into head-to-head match play.
Yeah.
Right. Like in a longer format, in a qualifying format like this, maybe not as exciting games 1 and 2, right? Because you want to conserve some of that energy for later in the day. But again, definitely the high level excitement in match play.
Yeah. And back in the Stone Age when I was in it, the women had.
Whoa. I bowled collegiately before you did.
Okay. Well.
So
So
if you were in the Stone Age, what was I?
You were probably using a wooden ball with 2 holes in it.
Right.
But no, I can recall, the women's teams had those chants, but the men's teams just didn't.
There's a few that had some kind of chance. Like one of my favorites, and I think it was Midland University that actually started it, was like 2 claps and a Ric Flair and then a really high pitched woo, which I cannot do. From years of screaming on the lanes, both as a player and a coach. But like that was one of my favorite, quote unquote, I guess, kind of chants that guys teams did. But some guys teams have a few, not many.
Yeah. So as many know, you told your team in your final season that was it. You were giving it up. You were stepping down. And the team responded by winning the first national championship in program history. It's been a few years now. What are you up to these days, and do you miss being at the helm of that team?
So I'm actually working in a high school now. I'm a college counselor. I'm kind of full-time. That's what I do during the day. Then I also work, I'm director of, brace yourself, director of football operations.
Okay.
So I do all the behind the scenes, logistics, scheduling buses, getting practice and game day field set up. I actually mentor our head coach. He's a first-time head coach. Just turned 30 when he started as head coach. So again, he's kind of leaned on me a lot for what would you do type scenario questions. And then I also do a leadership development program that we do throughout the spring semester with about a dozen of our guys throughout the day. We've got an advisory period. And I pull them and we do some leadership development, leadership training, train them on the mental game. Because one thing I found very early in my football expedition, because I never played football in my life.
Okay.
Our head coach walked into my office and he's like, I know you coached at Whitewater, which has a phenomenal powerhouse D3 football program.
Yep.
And I go, Liam, I need you to know I didn't coach football. I coached bowling. He's like, yeah, I know, but you just won a national title. And that's what I'm looking for. So I do nothing with X's and O's, although I've gone to some coaching conferences and I'm learning a lot more. But so again, that gives me that competitiveness because I am on the field game days. I'm out, every day for practice. So I get that coaching feel that I do miss from here. What I miss with the bowling side is like today, the on-lane actual physical coaching in the tournament. I do not miss the mundane practices, dealing with personalities, having to make roster decisions. Those kinds of things I don't miss, but I do miss the high-level competition, especially in an event like this where it's all head-to-head stuff, because that's where I thrived as a coach, is in that type of environment.
Yeah, and there's just nothing like it. And I would assume that the natural response to being around this now is, ooh, what would I do? What change would I make?
I ran the CCIW, the College Conference of Illinois, Wisconsin, Women's NCAA Conference last weekend down in Moline, Illinois. And again, only 4 teams. Like I was standing literally right behind both pairs. And I'm standing there watching and I'm like, oh God, I wouldn't be I would be doing this right now. Like, Dale, what are you doing with these girls? So and again, I still run probably 5 or 6 tournaments throughout the year. Some I get the opportunity to kind of step away and do a little more watching. Where again, other tournaments, I'm just so busy I don't have time. But when I do and I'm out there watching this, thinking to myself, what would you do in this scenario? I'm like, I'd be like, these balls are not reacting. They're not going through the pins well, or this kid's totally in the wrong part of the lane. I'm like thinking to myself, I would be making moves, but I'm never going to. And that was hard too when I first stepped aside and let Brandon Mooney take over Whitewater. Like those first couple tournaments that I was able to get some time watching, it was really hard not to gank him back by the collar and be like, dude, what are you doing? Get this kid a different ball. Change your lineup, do something. It was really hard to not do that. But we bowl league together on Thursday night. So it was really on Thursday nights that I punch him in the throat and be like, Brandon, what are you doing to this program?
Yeah.
These scenarios never happened when I coached.
Yeah. But I noticed this week that somebody put up, your final scores from this past Thursday, or maybe a week ago Thursday.
No, they put up Jordan's scores, who shot 802.
Okay, but they
Just
put the
happened
whole,
to have mine on top.
They put the whole board up there.
Yeah, you noticed that. Thank you. Yeah, I shot 480 all by myself. But I only bowled 2 games.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Right.
Yeah, some days you have it, some days you don't. Like,
Yep.
It was a rough day at work. I had some meetings that wore on me a little bit mentally and kind of carried that into league, which is one of those things. Like I always preach to my guys, you need to be where you are, right? And I was absolutely not there Thursday night. Like my head was still at work. Like I didn't change. I was still in the work attire and came out and threw shots, and that's what it was, just throwing shots. I didn't bowl.
I figured they'd at least tag you, give you a chance to defend yourself, but no.
No. And again, they do that selectively every now and then. They only post it when I bowl bad, but when I shoot 770 and beat Brandon and Jordan and all the other guys, those never get posted.
Nope.
But when Sean shoots 480 all by himself, sober, no other influences, that gets posted.
Yeah. Well, that's what being a good teammate's all about, right?
Absolutely.
So for this event, you are the scorekeeper. What are you doing when you're not, yucking it up with me on microphones?
And yeah, this is probably the only time, at least in qualifying, that I'll have a little bit of free time, because otherwise I'll be entering scores, updating websites. Again, while we had a coaches meeting, I've had several coaches come up like, hey, I didn't get a score sheet. Well, the other coach on the pair probably has it. Or do we bowl one game and switch every game, or is it 2 and 2? So it's answering those questions from coaches. We've had a few parents come up and kind of ask what the format is. So I'm kind of the conduit in between them as well. And then I'll be putting together here probably after the first block, like the all tournament team ballot, now that we have rosters. So again, it's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I never had to do when I was coaching, because we always had a tournament director on site that took care of that. Like I did a lot of the legwork leading into this, like this binder of info you have is what I would put together leading into the event. All the lane assignments, working with Kegel and the folks who did our lane patterns at the time. Like I would do all the behind the scenes, show up and just hand everything off. Well, this time around, I'm the person they handed it to.
Yeah. This can be thankless stuff. So let me say thank you, because not only does that make the player's job easier, the coach's job easier, it makes my job easier.
Yeah, and again, like I love that they put the binder. They're still putting binders together for you as the live stream. So that way, again, you can talk accurately about players, call players by name, right? Like, again, some of the Wisconsin kids because you're from Wisconsin.
Sure.
I mean, you've crossed with them in events, seen them at tournaments. But you probably know nobody on the teams in front of us.
Yep.
Right. So having that opportunity, I think, is really good for you and for the people listening at home to hear their kid's name. And again, we've got some great biographical information on the students as well.
I called it the Bible, and I wasn't exaggerating. It really is deeper than I'll ever get into in the moment, but no, that's a huge plus for all of us. So thanks to everyone who was involved in that. I know one of the other coaches dropped it off, and
I think Greg Hatza-Savage, I thought he retired from William Patterson, but I see him back out here again.
Yep.
So I know he's the president of the club board. Ben from Grand Canyon is vice president. Brandon Mooney from Whitewater is treasurer. And then I know Ryan Mooney from Purdue is on the board. Kyle Woodcock from Alma is on the board. And there's one other person I don't know off the top of my head, but those are and again, this is ran by coaches.
Yep.
Right. There's not a paid person who is only a tournament director that puts this together. This is done fully by coaches.
Yeah.
Right. So again, having their trust in me to be here on site, to allow them to coach and me handle everything else. Like, again, it's a service to them that I don't have to go down and bug them and ask them a million questions like, hey, how do you do this? What do you need? Right. Like, they're here coaching. I won't talk to them until a break or on their way out the door tomorrow.
Sure. And a big thanks to them for bringing me back. I mean, those are the folks that are responsible for me being here. So that's very much appreciated. it's just a cool thing to, to know about all that goes into this, and then to see it kind of happen, because right now the plane's in the air, right?
Right.
It is what it's going to be. But to stand back and kind of take a look at it from where we're sitting, it just looks like it's, everybody's having fun. They're into it. Hope springs eternal because we're so early in this thing.
Right.
But deep down that the athletes really enjoy having this kind of venue and event to participate in.
Right. And part of this was done, like when we initially started it, is to give twofold. One, teams competing at the ITCs in a couple weeks, an event between sectionals and nationals. So there's about 5 weeks in between when you qualify for ITCs and when you actually compete.
Yeah.
So having something in the middle to actually be competitive. So that was one aspect that we started this for, because all the other entities, NCAA, NAIA, and NJCAA, all have their championships in between sectionals and ITCs.
Sure.
So we kind of wanted that same advantage that those teams got. But the other part is, if you look around, I think there's only 2 men's teams here that will compete at the ITCs.
Mm-hmm.
So, and no women's teams. So we
Okay.
wanted a championship level event for those teams that don't always make it to ITCs, right? Because all of the 36 teams here, or 34 teams, none of them offer athletic scholarships.
Right.
And that is huge.
Mm-hmm.
So like this to me has always been compared to like an NCAA D3 championship,
Sure.
right? Because everybody's on the same playing field. Nobody has athletic scholarships. Some schools get more support from their school than others do. And that's great, right? Like if you can get more support, like for your travel or for your entries, I think that's fine. But the one stipulation is you cannot have athletic scholarships.
Sure.
So, and then the ITCs is what I've always compared to like a D1 type.
Yep.
Right, because that's your upper echelon that every team across the board gets to compete for.
Sure.
So again, having this championship event this week for those teams that again are maybe 100th in the nation and likely never to get to ITCs, to still have that thrill to compete for a national championship is the biggest reason that this event was put together.
And there's a lot more of those that didn't make it
100%.
than that
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
The 2 men's teams you were talking about, I believe Purdue and Marion.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So those are the 2 that'll go to Green Bay from here. But it's really not one of those situations where, okay, those are the top 2 teams, everybody else is fighting for third, because there's a lot of quality here.
Oh, okay. They're changing their lineup is what they're telling me.
Oh, gotcha.
4 and 5 switched for Fresno.
I got to find a pen. One of these days I will.
I'll bring you one down after.
Cool. But, yeah, there's a lot of quality here on both sides.
Correct.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to lead that into the one team that didn't make it.
We could.
Trust me, I've given Brandon nothing but slack since that happened. But
Can I tell you something, though? I've said many times on this channel that I was a collegiate bowler. I bowled for UW Eau Claire and UW Milwaukee. We got a sniff of sectionals once.
right.
We never made it to ITCs. Making it to ITCs is huge. So be proud of that long streak of years that you guys had, because not a lot of teams are ever going to have that.
Right. And it's, again, sectionals is a grind. It's 64 Baker games over 2 days.
Yeah.
Right. And you want to talk about pressure. Every shot there is pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It doesn't come down just to game 64. Right. Like you don't win or lose it day one, but you certainly put yourself in position to do either one of those.
Yeah.
Right. Like 2018, we went into the last 16 game block, 283 pins out of cut, never in the top 4 in the event, and finished third. And really within 12 games, got within 2 pins of being in cut. So,
Wow.
and we didn't shoot 950 every 4-game set. Our high set was 860. So we were just able to grind out some 210s, 220s every game, while other teams were struggling to shoot 180
Yeah.
on the burn. So again, it's such a mental grind, sectionals. And again, Whitewater just proved, like, they have 3 club All-Americans. They have 2 guys who qualified that will be All-Americans for the IBMA, that media group. So again, like, it just goes to show that you can have the best talents in the world, and not make it. Like, you just, like Brandon told me on Thursday night, like, we just picked the wrong weekend to have our worst weekend.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it happens. Again, the last time Whitewater didn't make it was 2013, which ironically the #1 team in the nation that year also missed, which was Wichita State, which is why I was okay missing that year.
Sure.
If we missed it, and I think we were 14th that year. It was the first year we were ranked in the top 16. I'm like, I'm okay missing only because Wichita missed too.
Sure.
So, like, again, it just goes to show you can be #1 in the country and still not make it.
Yeah.
Robert Morris did the same thing in 2019. #1 team in the country and did not make it.
Yeah.
So
it's a tough hill to climb. And, like I said, that's why it's good to have events like this for all these teams that, maybe we're close, but are really going to kind of hone in on this now because this is their one shot to win a national championship.
Correct. And Whitewater now, I know, because a couple of the guys were at league on Thursday, are a little more hungry right now than they were before.
Sure.
Right. Like, and part of that's just the mentality that we've always had at this event is like, this is just prep for ITCs.
Yeah.
This is their national championship. Right. And now they've got a title to defend.
Yep.
And as I've said this, we have a wrestling program at the high school I work at that's one state, and their egos went absolutely through the roof when they did that. And I looked at them, I go, look, guys, the only thing harder to do than winning a title is defending.
Yeah.
And Whitewater now doesn't get the right to defend the ITC, but they're here this weekend to defend this.
Sure. And that's a scary thing. If they've got an extra gear, past what we know, because we know that, they can shoot big numbers and beat some of the best in the country. Probably if I'm coaching for one of these other teams, I don't really want to end up in an elimination match against Brandon and the boys if they're feeling a little slighted and needing to, take it out on somebody.
Right. Yeah, they're looking to get a little physical this weekend.
Yeah.
So.
For sure. Well, cool.
Kind of crazy. I feel like I've known you forever.
I know, but this is the
first time we are physically meeting in person. Now,
It's
could have maybe ran a tournament when you were bowling in college at some point somewhere, but again, as a tournament director, you don't always interact with the bowlers. You interact with coaches. But yeah, again, I've done probably 3 or 4 Bowling with the Fef shows.
Mm-hmm.
And again, just you always message me about my Pate depth chart, which we have to get a picture and send it. I'll send it to Miss Debbie Pate.
Yep.
She loves every time those pop up. We got one more Pate depth chart we'll end up doing.
Ooh.
Nick will get married here eventually.
Okay.
He's engaged, so once that wedding happens, we'll give our last Pate depth chart update. But
congrats, Nick, by the way.
Every time that comes out. So
that's so fun. I'm so glad that you brought that up.
Right. Well, I couldn't be on air and not talk about it.
Yeah. No, I mean, even in the first place, because to put that out there, and I know I've run into them at a couple of events, and there's a wink and a nod and all that stuff. But yeah, that's one of my favorite fun things that's come out of this. But yeah, I feel like I know you too. I mean, you were on, I believe it was the 7th or 8th episode,
right?
And now we're 231 in.
That's absolutely amazing that you've, again, been able to continue that live stream show, which, again, probably through COVID and even coming out, like, probably not easy to do.
Right.
And again, you always have the 10th frame where you always try to get more people to recommend to the next person. And
yep.
You've had some pretty influential people within the bowling industry on,
mm-hmm.
Again, some major pros on, some collegiate studs and coaches on. So again, like, you're doing a great thing for bowling, and doing the Bowling with the Fef. So thank you for what you do and giving your time to, again, promote bowling and show some of the not as known stories. Right, of bowling, which again is such a great opportunity.
No, it's never felt like work. It's always been enjoyable for me, and as long as that continues to be the case, we're just going to keep on rolling. So, and thanks to you for your frequent contributions, not only appearing on the shows, but giving us some insight on guests and stuff like that. That's always good.
We see your Facebook message come through and like, oh, who's the guest of the week now? Who am I going to shed some dirt on?
Yeah. Yeah. But no, when I started it, I thought, just something fun to do, kind of a passion project. And it's really, formed an incredible community. And that's really at the heart of all of this is live streaming tournaments, doing that show is just to, kind of give folks some pride in being a part of this sport, whether it's performing at the highest level or just enjoying it, just enjoying, the very basics of bowling.
And that, again, it takes a lot of time and effort, right? Like, again, I know what it takes to run a tournament. Like, I walk in, I'm watching you set all this up. I'm technologically inept, but I can sit here and talk all day.
Yeah.
But like to set all this up, to get all of this equipment, right? Like, again, it's a labor of love on your end to do this, and I know the bowlers appreciate it. It's, again, I know, the teams here right now definitely love that this is live streamed for grandma and grandpa and aunts and uncles that can't be here.
Yeah.
So I think they're making another change down here.
Okay. Yep. But yeah, it's, they deserve it. It's, too often this sport gets kind of pushed into the shadows and not given its due. And because of this, this creator economy that we're in, this content creation era that we're in, just because Bowl TV is somewhere and, and CW is somewhere else doesn't mean there isn't an opportunity for this.
Yeah, and again, there's room for more than just Bowl TV. Like, they do a phenomenal job.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? But they can only be so many places. So this is where, again, like where you come in. I know Emil had his own thing for a little bit too, right? Again, I think bowling's kind of starting to come up a little more. Like, we've got the Born to Bowl on HBO.
Yeah.
Which has been interesting to watch.
It really
It's
has.
been fun. I'm, again, kind of taking a look like inside the tour.
Mm-hmm.
But like, again, I think that's helping put bowling in a different light, getting it more out there publicly, which we need.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we need bowling in the mainstream media. We need, again, if we ever expect to get to the Olympic level, which bowling should be.
Yep, absolutely.
Because there is a difference in sport and recreation of our sport. And most America knows our recreation side, right? But the sports side is what, again, should be in the Olympics, right? Because, again, you can golf and have a beverage or slice of pizza, right? You can do that with baseball, softball as adults, right? Like, all these sports that are Olympics, you can do them socially and recreationally, but also there's the competitive.
Yep.
And bowling needs to do a better job of promoting the competitive, which, again, we're getting to with guys like you that are able to stream more of these events and put it more out into the streamline.
Sure. And it's the stories. It's the stories that need to get out there, and because that's what we all relate to best. And, our sport is so rich in those stories. Yeah.
So I can see that teams are starting to finish game 4, so I'm going to have to go into some scores.
Okay.
But thank you for having me on. If I can jump back on here a little bit later, we will certainly do that.
Always appreciate talking with you, whether it's in person finally or from a distance.
Awesome.
But
you very
yeah,
much for being here.
great to have you here doing scorekeeping. Sean Walkner, the former coach of UW Whitewater, and boy, he brings a lot of knowledge and insight into those pieces of events like this that we don't often see or hear. The decision making when it comes to one player versus another on the starting lineup. Thank you. What he's telling his different guys, because it's not the same for all. And the difference between having a coach like the two men's teams do in front of us and Purdue, and then you've got Michigan State, who's kind of, student run. And they're doing a bang up job, but it's different.
Mackenzie's 300 a couple weeks ago. That was awesome. What's kind of funny is that the exact. Sorry.
They're hot. That's good. All right, so Michigan State with a nice double here late. 177 for Purdue across the way there. And assuming they are with their same lineup, I believe they're leaning on Lily Jacobs here in the 10th. And there's another one. So a strong finish for the Spartans, who could get out of here with 210 if they finish this one off with a fill ball strike. There you go. See, it's the support from afar. Keep it up, Spartans. Having a family watch party. Granny sends her love, Lily. And a nice shot in the fill ball. Didn't take the 10 out, but 209. Nothing to sneeze at on this condition. So a nice game for Michigan State. And then you can take that momentum and carry it into the next one. And because the teams can start and finish kind of at their own pace, it can be a little different where one team finishes at one point, another team at another point. So sometimes there's some standing around, but that's all right. But great to hear that the Michigan State faithful having a little watch party. That's awesome. Yeah, Lily's had a nice season this year. Had 4th place finish at the Big Ten Championships, 5th place at the AC Open, 7th at the SHU Halo Classic. And she is just a sophomore, too. So, assuming all things stay equal, she should be back for a couple more years of college bowling. So on the men's side here, it looks like NJIT is going to finish big with Avi Rampasand. Boy, that ball took a turn, but got that 4-pin out of there. They are the 9th ranked club team coming into this thing. Undefeated in EIBT conference tournaments. Yeah, don't sleep on these programs that aren't ITC bound. I mean, they're competitive, they're tough, and they want to win this thing. Another 10 back. That's 5 in a row to finish with 246. So the New Jersey Institute of Technology flexing their muscle here. As the coaches shake hands and head on to the next. I'm hoping the audio from when Sean was here was okay. Sounded okay in my earbuds, but you never truly know, at least not from this end, unless somebody says something. And since nobody did, I'm going to assume that it was at least understandable. So that's good. So it is definitely a process to get from one pair to another, because there are a lot of bowling balls around here. It doesn't just happen. But hopefully as we get going here, we'll get some updates on where these teams sit in their respective pools, because that's what matters for the seeding when we get into bracket match play and all that stuff, because there is definitely an advantage. There is definitely an advantage to getting those higher seeds. Hi. Thank you.
I'm rotating every game, so I'm going to make your job difficult.
That's okay. Whatever gives you the best chance. My job is probably 10th on the list. Keep these guys happy and doing well. All right, so we've got one of the Penn State teams here and Purdue's men's team. They're going to be next on our men's live stream pair. Again, you can find the list of where everybody's going, where they're going to be on the homepage for this event, clubteambowling.com. That's where everything kind of is. All the information. You can get the backstory on why the pools are named as they are, which teams are involved in each pool. As we move on to match 2 here. We've got Illinois State setting up shop on the women's side. Purdue was the runner-up last year on the men's side, going all the way to the championship match, but falling to UW Whitewater. So Purdue's coach, Ryan Mooney, has mentioned that he's going to be making frequent lineup changes to make things a little challenging for me. I told him, hey, you got to do what you got to do. So Purdue on 17 and Penn State University Park on 18. Once we get ourselves set here. On the ladies' side, we know Illinois State's going to be one of our teams. We'll see who the next one will be. Oh, Ohio State. The other side. So Illinois State, Ohio State. Bordering Midwestern states here as Braden Alfrey putting an X on the board for Purdue. Taj Farney on the Penn State side, taking a shot at the 2-pin.
That's for me.
Dale Clickham turning it into a double. So a quick lead for this talented Boilermaker team. They did take down the field at the Big Ten Championships this year. And were number 1 in the nation nationally for a time.
Get the axe.
All right, so Brooke Boyd starting things out with a split. And on the Ohio State side, a mark to start. Let's see if they can build on that. And they do. All right, and the strike from Abby Keaton. For Illinois State. It's Abby McFerrin. Put it way out toward the ditch, but stayed safe. Taking aim at that 1-2-4. Up high for Jade Williams as the Redbirds try to get back in this first game. There's a spare up for Jack Diabo. The interesting thing with the Purdue team is Coach Ryan Mooney mentioned that one of the gentlemen who just arrived and is shoeing up right now just got back from the USBC Masters, which is taking place out in Michigan. Macy Simpson up high. There's a 6-7-10. So an early deficit for Illinois State against an Ohio State team that always seems to do well in the Big Ten championship. Has some history here too as well of great performances over the years. Lefty Jack Conrad crossing over. Just leaves the 5-pin. In an event where, as Sean Walker told us, shot making is at a premium. And that is by design. Rightfully so. These guys are going to earn it. As you can see them holding up their hands. And Conrad takes care of that 5-pin. So Penn State back to Farney here, makes it 3 in a row as they take a lead on Purdue. Lucas Francis up high and leads a 4-7-8. Takes care of all three. So here is Heather Rala, if I'm saying that right. Go Muskies. We will see them somewhere down the line here as this tournament rolls down. And the family fun RV. Let's go, Taj Barney. Penn State sending luck from Oregon. Glad to see we've got that kind of reach. And Penn State is off to a nice start here. There's Eric Landis in the 7th. No one's up high. I'll leave a 3-6-10. but staying out of trouble. 3-6-10, certainly not the worst thing that can happen on a hit like that. And Purdue hits a quick double and tries to get back in this thing. Nice cover from Boyd on the Illinois State side. They're down about 24 right now. Abby McFerrin missing left. And making the 1-3-6. Messenger doesn't quite get the 10 out there, but a nice shot regardless. Connor Miyake. And strike again for Penn State as we get late into this first game. And the cover for Miyake. Light hit for Michael Bardo. He leaves just the 2-pin. And following a gutter on the first ball, we have Abby Eden taking care of the spare. So Ohio State off to a pretty strong lead here on Illinois State in the first game of this second pool match. There's a double for Purdue. So Penn State leaning on Dylan Maddox to finish this thing out. And he gets the first one. So 225 if they can hit two more. Purdue can counter with a 220 if their anchor, Lucas Francis, that's a double here. There's one. So big scores on the men's side as we get into this end of this first game of match 2. And there's a double for Maddox. So now he needs the count to get out of game 1 with a lead, for sure. All right, here's the question. What lanes are you calling? So we have 15 through 18. Those are our 2 live stream pairs. And the reason they're set up that way is because 15 and 16 is the last of the women's side of things. And then 17 and 18 is the first pair on the men's side of things. So we get a little of each. Just got handed a score update for the pools. You got Wartburg College, Whitewater, and NJIT, the leaders in their pool, Pool A. Purdue And the two Penn State teams also 1-0. Arizona State, William Patterson, San Jose State University 1-0 in their pool. And Ohio State, Coe College, and University of Texas San Antonio with a win in theirs. On the women's side, Alma, Coe, and Michigan State with wins in their pool. Wartburg, Muskingum, and Ohio State also won. So 224, 218. For these men's teams over here. Penn State will go into game 2 with a little lead. All right, go Jacko and PSU Park. Yeah. And if you are interested in looking at the tournament schedule, just go to clubteambowling.com. It's all laid out there and ready for you. There's Conrad with split and an open to start up game 2. Ohio State finishes up with a 151 on the women's side. And a spare for Melanie Horn to finish at 150. So a tight match between these two women's teams going into the second game. There's a nice shot there for Boyd, for Illinois State, starting things out with a strike. Taking an early lead on Ohio State. And there's a double for Penn State with Jack Diabo. I'm going to apologize in advance if I'm butchering these last names. Not the first time, won't be the last. What's interesting is the way that this schedule's shaped up. You've got both Penn State teams right next to each other. The Penn State University Park team here with us on 18, and then the Berks team on 19. Dylan Maddox working on 3 in a row. Crossed over and got the break. It all looks the same up there. And with 2 opens and 4 frames on the Purdue side, Penn State is cruising right now. But a lot can happen in a 4-game Baker match. So they know they've got to keep the pedal down to the floor. And it looks like they switched the lineup a little bit. Not exactly sure who we've got, if that's Landis coming up here for the Penn State 6th. But Purdue has as well, so it's okay. We'll know the final scores anyway. And there's another strike for Penn State. On a heater with a 5-bagger heading into the 7th frame. We've said it many times when it's like when one guy strikes and the next guy can feed off of it. Then the next guy feeds off of it, and before you know it, cooking with gas. Here's Taj Farney. And the Penn State 7th gets another one, so 6 in a row now. And they are really going to put up a nice score here against a talented Purdue team. That was Conrad in the Purdue 6, taking down that 5-pin combination. But right now, the story is all Penn State with another strike. 7 in a row. As they just continue to hammer lane 18. And another one. And they are feeling it. What will pretty soundly be the best game we've seen so far today. Dylan Maddox looking to finish things up in the Penn State 10th. Working on 8 in a row. A little bit light. It's a 2-4-8, but what a run. As Purdue hits a double, or three-bagger. So Maddox takes care of all 3. He's looking at 267 if he can strike on this fill ball. Meanwhile, the string ends for Lucas Francis and the Boilermakers on the left. They will, of course, switch lanes after this game. And a 10-pin for Maddox, 266. What a game. As they all head back here to the concourse for fist bumps and celebration. Purdue with count here going to be in the 180s. $490 for the 2 games for Purdue. And that puts Purdue in a big hole as we move into game 3 of this match. Two teams switch lanes and do it again. It's an 87-pin lead. So Purdue starting out with a 7-10 for Conrad, as Penn State returns to their original lineup. Ooh. Cut that 10 nice and thin. Almost got it over there. Tad Farney looking a little surprised that got the result that he did, but that's a good surprise. That's a good kind of surprise. Here's Eric Landis in Penn State's second. Gets 10 to fall, so a quick double in this third game for Penn State. Again, 87 pins ahead of Purdue coming into game number 3. Paco with another one. So the front 3 now for Penn State, who's trying to put up another big score here in this second pool play match. And a fourth. Michael Bardo joining in on the action. Maddox up through the nose, but still a great start. As Francis on the Purdue side hits a third strike in a row. Maddox, a senior from State College, Pennsylvania, had an all-tournament team finish in the Greater Pittsburgh Collegiate Classic, where he took second place this year. Oh, and that could have been trouble, but got them all to fall. But Penn State, Barney gets the job done. So a couple of strikes for him and his 2 frames. Meanwhile, it's a 160 for Ohio State. And that strike from Horn gives them a chance to pull into the lead in this game. .311 so far for the 2 games for Ohio State. Illinois State likely going to be in the lead moving into game 3. Question is by how much? There's another strike for Horn. You can get to 175 if she gets a third. And an open for Landis there, but still 155 for 7, which is good for a 9-pin lead. But there's Flicka to follow up their open with a strike. Up high and a 4-7 for Jacko. And a 5-pin for Horn in Illinois State, putting up a 174. So a slight lead, 324 to 311 for Illinois State as the two teams switch lanes. And Jacko covers the spare. As does Braden Alford. Up high for Vardo and leaves him with a baby split. Vardo just a sophomore, but had some nice finishes. 11th at the Muskie Mash, 12th at the Tiger Cup, and 35th at the Roto Grip Keystone Classic Tier 1. And Abby Rothenbuehler starting out with a strike for Ohio State. Francis dices them up in the Purdue 10th frame, and an open for Penn State means Purdue can make up a little ground here, depending on what Dylan Maddox does in the 10th. But they're going to have a big win in Game 4 to get a sniff of a win here. Oh, and the Messenger 10 falls. Abby Keaton. Didn't look like she was expecting that to happen, but they got it. Meanwhile, a double on the Ohio State side with Kayla Franks. And an open for Maddox. So 191, 213 for Purdue. .681 to 616 is the cumulative score as Pennsylvania leads Purdue going into Game 3. Again, it's a big lead, but not insurmountable. We've seen stranger things happen.
changing it all up.
Okay. This is it's a lineup change for Penn State side as Maddox goes to the first and sixth frame, starts out with a strike. All right. So now you've got Maddox in the first and sixth. This is Landis, leaving just the 10 pin. On the Purdue side, Klicka working off a double. Oh, up high and trickles the sixth pin down. So the front three for Purdue, they need them all too. Purdue and Marion of Wisconsin, the two men's teams in this field that are ITC bound. After qualifying through sectionals, they'll be headed to Green Bay, Wisconsin, a Schwabenon bowling alley. Couldn't quite get the tap on the 10 there for Alfrey. And Awasha taking down for Jacko just the 1, 2, and 4. So see what he does with that. Well, a spare on the Ohio State side. I think that was Emma Pugh. They've changed up their lineup a few times here. This is Lindsay Holiday on 16. Goes up high, leaves a 6-10. So Purdue moves into the sixth frame now. 4 strikes and 5 frames. Can they overcome this big Penn State lead? They're going to need some help. And they got to keep striking too. All right. There's a double. Meanwhile, an open for Ohio State and Holiday. Seven pin for Forney. And it's 3 in a row now for Illinois State. They try to increase this lead on the Buckeyes. Alana Baker up through the nose and leaves just the 6 and 10, the sophomore from Dayton, Ohio. Had an all-tournament team finish in the Big Ten 2025. He started out in the anchor spot. Now handling the 3rd and 8th frames. She covered the 6-10 without a problem. Meanwhile, a split for Purdue in the 9th. Leads them with 2:14 there, leading into the 10th. And Francis, wow, half pocket hit and did not get either corner out of the 7-10 to deal with. Seen a couple of those now. Landis with a strike for Penn State in the 7th. And just got the 7 out. So 2:23. So 8:39, the total for Purdue. Jacko just before. As his teammate brings the plastic ball over, he says no thanks. He'll go with what got him here. Illinois State finishing with a 177 in game 3. Ohio State, Emma Pugh can finish with a 191. She's got to have 2 more strikes to get there. And a spare for Jacko. So again, the tempo again up to these teams. You see Purdue finishing in quick order at 2:23 game with Penn State still having 3 frames to go. And Vardo with a strike in the 9th. And they're going to get out of here with a win over one of the top teams in this field, the Purdue Boilermakers. Thorny with a bit of a split here, but again, 177s all around on the women's side. Illinois State up 501 to 488 on Ohio State as Forney takes care of that split. And it looks like they're going to get somebody in there, a sub for the fill ball. So this is Daniel Wang Jr. taking the fill ball for Penn State. And they love it. 196 finish. And one heck of a performance against a great team. $877 to $839. Penn State's a winner. And that will certainly loom large as we continue with pool play here. Both of those teams were 1-0 in the same pool. Penn State will move to 2-0, Purdue 1-1. And depending on what the other Penn State team does, they may be a game ahead of the rest in that pool. Yeah, that was nice work. If you are just joining us, this is the second match of pool play here at the Collegiate Club National Championships, presented by Bowlers Superior Inventory. We just saw Penn State Park jump out to a huge lead on Purdue on the strength of a 266 in game 2 and hold on to win that match as Ohio State gets a double with Alana Baker. So the difference between these two teams, Illinois State and Ohio State, just 13 pins. 501 to 488 coming into this fourth and final game. Abby Rothenbuehler takes care of the 3-6-10. And just count for Marcy Simpson on the Illinois State side. So Ohio State with a nice 20-pin lead going as they head into the fifth frame with Emma Pugh. Nice shot, but the 10 stands. This Ohio State team, a second place finisher in the Big Ten Championships, third place in the Ohio Bowling Conference, as well as a fourth in that same conference. And a spare for Melanie Horn as they cling to that 13-pin lead, and Pugh misses the 10. So 83 through 5. That'll give Illinois State a chance to limit the damage here. Up high and leaving a 3-6. Holiday crossing over, but taking down the 5. So good way to come off of that open, hit a strike, and try and get something going here. That one's a little left, but did not shake out the 5 or the 10. Meanwhile, Abby Keaton on 15. 10 back. So 93 through 6. And this split could loom large if Illinois State can go on a run here. She gets one of them. So 111 through 7. Jade Williams, a little right of the head pin, 1, 2, 4, 8 to deal with. Baker crossing over, and the 9's going to stand. And Williams gets 3 of the 4. So 121 through 8. But Baker flags that 9 pin. So a 1-pin lead in this game. Again, 13 in the cumulative total for Illinois State and Marcy Simpson. And she puts 10 in the pit. And she tries to fire her teammates up, knowing this is a crucial part of the game. Abby Rothenbuehler crossing over, just leaving the 5. And now they're going to need some help from Illinois State if they want to steal a win here. Melanie Horn has been holding down the 10th frame for the Redbirds. And she missed the 5. So 3 consecutive opens for Ohio State. It's going to make things really tough here, especially with Horn working on a strike in the 10th. And make it a double. So Illinois State is going to come out of this with a win. And a hard-fought one at that. Down a pin after one game, they rallied 174 and 177. And a crucial double here in the 9th and 10th. And they needed it. Ohio State was close, but 170 if she picks up the spare. as Ohio State finishes things out. These two teams both in the same pool. Illinois State will go to 1-1. Ohio State as well, 1-1. So 170 for Illinois State, securing the win. With a 671 total score, 147 for Ohio State. So both teams 1-1, heading out to match number 3. .671, 635 is the cumulative total for that match. And Illinois State hopes to take some of that momentum, carrying it on to match number 3. So hello and good morning to those of you just joining us as we get into the 11 o'clock hour here in Rockford. We're watching live coverage of the Collegiate Club National Championships presented by Bowler's Superior Inventory and streamed live here on the Bowling with the Fef channel. If you have a moment, please like this video, subscribe to the channel. It's easy and free, and it helps me continue to do these live streams and create all kinds of bowling content. We also do just about a weekly show with personalities throughout the sport. There are episodes with some folks you may not have heard of. Others you may be very familiar with, including E.J. Tackett, Jason Belmonte. We've had Rick Allen on the show right before the first CW telecast of the PBA Tour. Coming off a very entertaining episode with 3-time Tour champion Charlie Tapp. So hit that subscribe button, turn the notifications on by hitting the bell, and you will be notified every time we go live or upload some recorded content. So we'll get our first look at the University of Texas at San Antonio on the women's side and San Jose State on the men's.
That's just for me.
We'll get match 3 started up here in just a moment. All right, so we'll have San Jose State's women's and men's team here in match number 3, along with Marion of Wisconsin and the University of Texas at San Antonio. Marion, one of 2 teams in this men's field that is headed to the Intercollegiate Team Championships in Green Bay coming up next month. As everybody's kind of getting settled on their new pairs now. So over to the right, you've got William Patterson against UW Milwaukee. And last year, William Patterson was the defending champion. And in that first couple bracket match play rounds, Milwaukee took him out. San Jose State showing up, showing out with both men's and women's teams. Had them here last year. And, of course, can't overstate how much we appreciate these teams making such a long trip out here to participate in this. Okay. Thank you. All right. Texas San Antonio gets things started with Savannah Baxter with a 5-pin. Alex Dong going to open things up for Marion of Wisconsin. And the two-hander mixes them up. And they are off and running here in match 3. And just a 7-pin for Tim Blackburn. Marion in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. About an hour northwest of Milwaukee. Starts off with a quick double. Tyler Mead putting 10 back. Basin Spanbauer, you'll see in the 4th and 9th. I believe he's a former ISC champion. Right now it's Tommy Rebeletti. And a strike in the San Jose second from Kevin Myers. And all 10 for Rebeletti. All right, San Antonio coming off an open here with Liz Eldred crossing over and taking down 10. And there's a double for the San Jose State men, Michael Argel. Now Spanbauer puts them all down. So the front four for Marion of Wisconsin. San Jose State needs to keep striking to keep pace. Tori Perez, leaving the 1, the 2, and the 7. There's another strike, Cody Litzen. So a perfect start for Marion of Wisconsin in this first game of the third pool play match. And he was off to the right on that 10 pin. So 77 through 4 for the San Jose State men. And they've fallen a pretty deep hole already. Dong with a 6th strike in a row. Marion has had some nice history in the past few years. Success, you might remember Rory Clark, the son of PBA Commissioner Tom Clark. Some bowling on the Marion program. A former PBA Rookie of the Year, Nate Purchase, attended Marion, didn't bowl there, but I'm sure ran into plenty of the guys from the team during his time there. There's Blackburn. And a little bit high left of 4-9. Mead with a 10 pin to break up the string, but still a nice start for this Marion team. Michelle Blee for San Jose State just misses the head pin to the right. Just going to have a 1, 2, 4, 10 washout to deal with. And an open on the men's side. So 105 through 6 for the San Jose men's team as Marion 6 strikes out of the first 7 frames. And they are rolling. Rebeletti will take the ball for Marion's 8th. Not sure what they did in the second match. I know they lost their first one. But certainly off to a strong start here in the third as Rebeletti goes up high and leaves a 3-6. Sheikah Walland leaving just the 10. San Antonio will try and get back in this with Savannah Weaver in their 7th frame of this first game. And it's fair for Wallen. There's a strike for Michael Argel from San Antonio coming off of 2 consecutive opens. They're going to have to fight from behind after Marion just put the wood to him in this first game. Spanbauer leads with 1. And Marion is 1 win and 1 loss. For San Jose State coming off of 2 wins in the Berks group. On the women's side, it's San Jose looking for their first win, and San Antonio the same. Keanu Villanueva taking the 10th for San Jose. Mixes them up, can't get that 7 out of there. That was Liz Eldred off to the left for Texas San Antonio. She's a freshman. On what appears on paper to be a pretty young team. And that one missing the head pin to the right for Kaylee Morey. Meanwhile, Marion with Cody Litzen. It's a 2-4-5-8. Cover this up. They'll cruise to a 246 in game 1 and start with a lead. And a strike for Villanueva to finish off 183 for San Jose State's men. So 246 for Marion, putting on a show early in this third match. And they'll get right after it in match number 2.
Next game.
And Dong finishes the same way they started game 1 with an X. They're going to be a tough out in this double elimination bracket coming up later. A lot of power. A lot of guys that cover some boards and really mix those pins around. There's a strike for Tyler Mead. So 160 for the San Jose women. And Texas San Antonio will play from behind after first game as they end up with 118. So you blink and Marion's got the front 3. And San Jose looking to mitigate the damage here. Spanbauer for the Marion 4th. Hits pocket, but the 10 won't go. So the team passes the plastic spare ball his way. Baxter up high for San Antonio. As Spanbauer takes care of the 10. So an early lead for Marion of Wisconsin on the men's side and San Jose State on the women's side. Just gets the 5 out of there, guys. And Baxter, a nice shot at it, but chopped the 4 right off the 7. Oh, break for Cody Litzen. It seems like when you're on a roll like that, the pins fall a little bit easier. Wow. Another break. This one for Dong in the sixth. What was I saying about the pins falling a little easier? Now Rebeletti in the Marion 7th. A senior from Sycamore, Illinois. Puts 10 back. At least I think that was Rebeletti. That might have been a change. Might have been a lineup change. But whatever the case, 6 out of the first 7 are strikes for those Marion men. That was Tyler Mead, I should say, not Rebeletti. This should be Rebeletti in the Marion 8. And Eldred hooks it by the 3-pin. So San Antonio needs to start filling some frames before they get too much further behind. As Rebeletti makes it 4 in a row for Marion. 10-pin for Blackburn. And there's a strike for Anne-Marie Garcia, who moved to the 5th and 10th after taking the 4th and 9th frame in the first game of this. So Spanbauer with another 10-pin. And Myers follows suit for San Jose. Gets a little slice of the 10-pin, and that's enough. So they can punch out for 258. On the women's side, it's Wee, who is taking aim at a 10-pin. Chandra Williams for San Antonio picking up her spare. Still plenty of game left here for San Antonio to build on this lead that they've got. Or, I'm sorry, get back into it. They're behind by about 15. Baxter a little light, left just the 2-pin. And there's a strike for Argel. But Marion is just Putting up strike after strike. Blitzen coming off the first one in the 10th. Gets him to fall. The senior from Rhinelander doubling in the 10th. Switching balls for we get into a sub here. Hernandez will have the 8th. Ishika Walland with that strike for San Jose's women. Savannah Weaver leaving just the 2, or the 3 rather. A little light, leaving a bucket, but a 254. Just a lights out start for Marion on lane 18. $500 for the first 2. Ty Burns wants to know, was that William Patterson to the right? Yes. William Patterson right now is bowling on lane 19. They're bowling against Milwaukee. It looks like they've got a healthy lead and are going to... They're going to be ahead in game 2. I'm not sure what happened in game 1. Or even if they're that far along. But yes, William Patterson is 1 lane to our right. And they end up with 182 for that game. Milwaukee needs to go spare strike just to get to 161. And there's a strike in the 10th. And I believe that's Garcia. A 2:15 finish for San Jose's men. They're 102 back of this high-powered Marion squad. And what do you know? Another strike in the first frame for Dong and Marion. All right, 196 for the San Jose women. They will have a pretty big lead going into the third game of this. On the men's side, San Jose starting out with a strike. That one went up high and left a 4-pin. And, you know, every so often, if you hang out in Rockford long enough, you get to see PWBA superstars like Kelly here.
Yeah.
Superstars, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I'm glad you caught the word that I was looking for.
I know. Someone's like, you're being summoned. I'm like, by who? That's
Yeah.
funny.
No, what do you think so far?
A lot of good bowling so far. A lot of teams putting up some big scores. But they also kind of look hard. Like, I did think scores would be higher just because after looking at the pattern and then I guess just knowing the house characteristics, I thought maybe they'd be a little higher. But
Yeah.
I mean, you still have to make good shots. And so
What does this house do? I mean, a lot of us are coming in from out of town, haven't bowled here, don't know a ton about it, but you're not among that group. I mean, this is your place, right?
yeah. I mean, it hooks a ton. A lot of Rockford houses do. The fronts kind of hook a lot. So anything that I guess is quote unquote lower mills, even though like this is like 30 mills or something like that. I don't
so.
So
I'll
there's
verify.
so there's enough mills out there, but I mean this house hooks regardless. So it does force you further left than you may be.
33 and 28.9.
Oh, 33. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a good amount of mills for Don Carter, but I mean we still have guys down there throwing NUs and there's people throwing axes, which has been, you know, a big thing lately. So
Sure.
I mean there's still people trying to make that urethane shape just because of how much the center does hook.
Yeah. So that's kind of an interesting point. We're in this era of college bowling now where urethane's off the table.
Yep.
I mean, is that something that is really going to affect folks like this in a traditionally hooking house, you know, to go out and try and make good shots and, you know, keep it in the pocket?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. You know, from a coach's standpoint, I was super curious how it was going to go at sectionals because that was the first true tournament we saw absolutely no urethane. And I do think the scoring pace was different, specifically in singles. I mean, that was one of the, at least I was at the Addison sectional with my guys. And
Okay.
so usually that's, you know, the scores are through the roof. It's like, you know, you have to go 250 over to make that cut.
And this is Rock Valley we're talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rock Valley. Yep. So just like watching everyone, I noticed that scoring pace was definitely a lot different without that urethane piece because in prior years, you know, it would have been a purple hammer fest. So obviously nothing against urethane. I'm on hammer staff. So
Sure.
I love the purple hammer personally, but it's unique. And I know my guys at Rock Valley, we didn't allow them to bring urethane after it was announced that it wouldn't be allowed in postseason because we wanted them to be, you know, prepared for whatever was thrown at them. So at the Hoosier, we took on the spare ball approach ourselves. So we threw spare balls all day on Sunday. So it's definitely something that is going to be interesting to see how that keeps panning out and how the bowling world, whether it's, you know, Hoagland with patterns or, you know, anything else, how that's gonna, or just, you know, bowling companies in general, how that's gonna pan out and how that they're gonna use that in their favor.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Like I was just thinking about my tour arsenal and I was like, dang, am I gonna need, you know, to bring an extra spare ball? So I don't know.
Yeah. That's coming up soon.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And it starts right here in town.
It does. Yeah, we're right here in Rockford, which is exciting. So.
Yeah, for sure. We've got Marion in front of us right now, and they started out with 500 for their first two, and they don't seem to be slowing down.
Yeah.
What is it that makes them, you know, this good?
This group of guys, I mean, I watched them dominate at the Addison sectional, you know, make it out for the first time in program history. And we both had a pair with them, and just knowing a couple of the guys, they just gel so well together. And obviously in college bowling, you know, the most talented team doesn't always have success in the end if they aren't, you know, gelling well together.
Yeah.
And this team chemistry, just from what I can see, you know, is unlike any other. So I think they're going to do really special things today and then again in April.
There's a lot of power. You know, I had known of Spanbauer before,
Yeah.
but because he's got all the accomplishments, but Roboletti, you know, throws
Yeah,
a ton of ball.
He came from Rock Valley actually, so he
Okay.
did 2 years at Rock Valley and then came here, and he just has grown so much as a bowler even since coming here. I mean, he started out as a one-hander his first year in college, and now he's a two-hander and he's completely dominating. So.
Yeah, that's crazy how good he is in that two-handed style in that amount of time.
Yeah, it is impressive.
Yeah. And he takes care of that spare. So, yeah, they've got a healthy lead on San Jose, and they were up about 100 to start. So they're really cruising. How's Whitewater doing down there? I haven't gotten them on the live stream period.
They're doing pretty well. I think they hit you the last game, so
Okay.
They're doing pretty well. They shot 877 their first set, and then they just had their second set. They must have broke 9 because they had a 277 their second game, and they kind of cruised right through that. I think they won their match by like 300 pins.
Okay.
So yeah,
That works.
they're dominating down there right now.
Sure. Much has been made, as it should, of them not making it through sectionals this time around.
Yeah.
But, you know, when Sean was over here, he kind of gave me the impression that was kind of giving them some rocket fuel and some motivation to really turn it up here.
Yeah. Obviously, it was a shock to pretty much everyone, and it was like the talk of the town. But yeah, what people don't realize is that, you know, that hurts. Like, you know, not only do you want to make it through, but you're expected to make it through. And then when something unfortunate like that happens, I mean, that isn't going to really push a person down. If anything, that's going to motivate them to, you know, prove like that wasn't us, you know?
Yeah.
So.
You ever have any experiences like that in college where maybe a result wasn't what you wanted and you found that it, you know, kind of pushed you and the rest of the ladies to do even better the next time around?
Yeah. I know, like specifically my junior year, I personally was just coming off of a player of the year. And junior year was kind of rocky for not only me, but the team. And we had just made it to ITCs that previous year, so sophomore year. And then junior year, you know, we had a hard season. And I personally probably bowled the worst that I have all my whole college career. And then we didn't make it out of sectionals. And that was kind of the same way. It only motivated us to be that much better my senior year. And we were ranked 22nd or 23rd going into my senior year. And we ended our senior year ranked 13th. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So it works.
So
225 for Marion, ho hum. They've been in the 240s and 250s in the first 2 games in this.
That's pretty good when 225 is your low game.
No doubt. No doubt. All right. So on the other end here, you've got San Jose State, who's built up a comfortable lead against Texas San Antonio. They're pretty young, though. They've got, you know, a couple freshmen. I don't know if there's even a senior in the lineup. If there is, I haven't seen that in the Bible here. But when you're young like that, is it just doing it, competing at these events over and over that kind of builds up that, you know, that smartness, that bowling IQ? I mean, is there more to it, maybe behind the scenes that we don't see?
It depends. It depends how far you want to bring your game and, you know, what you're really looking for in the end goal. So obviously just bowling, like literally just throwing the ball, you're always going to gain experience as long as you're willing to take it in.
Yeah.
And then obviously the more and more you bowl, you're just going to have that experience. You're going to have that level of competitiveness that like a freshman would have. So like at Rock Valley, it's a 2-year school, so we just have freshmen and sophomores. So, I mean, watching them, and so they're competing against 4 years. So not only do they have to figure out how to gain experience, but they have to do it twice as fast as everyone else because our group of sophomores has to compete like a senior if they want to be competitive. So just watching them not only grow by bowling on the lanes, but then watching the outside resources they take in, and you can really see kind of, I guess I'm rambling now, but
No, but
you can
but I'm sure you see growth.
yeah, and you see growth just watching them bowl, and then you take that next level and you find those outside resources and you bowl those outside tournaments, and sometimes people even try out like the tour events, like any sort of event you put yourself in. If you bowl with the best, you're gonna get better,
Sure.
like no matter what. So yeah, it's just important to at a 4-year school try to build your team so that you do have that leadership, because that makes the growth of the younger kids, I think, go a little bit faster.
Sure, they can kind of learn from the older ones and learn that way. Now you got to tell me what it's going to be like next season to bring in Devin McKiskey into the fold.
We're really excited. That was a really big recruit for us. I know Tony had been talking to him for a long time, and he was kind of back and forth, and he came and watched us a couple times. And when he finally sent that text and he's like, "No, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready to sign my letter of intent," we were like, thank goodness. It was like a breath of fresh air, because having lefties in the sport is obviously a tool that you can use. And obviously not only that, I'm not going to sell him short. He's a good bowler, regardless of what hand he bowls with. You still have to obviously put in the work and be good. And he's just a well-rounded, good person and bowler. So we are super excited to add him. I know our guys are super excited. We're going to have a ton of sophomores with a ton of experience. And then to bring in those kind of that level of freshmen, he's already a one-up on a freshman that's coming into college that may not have as much experience as he does.
Sure.
Him bowling all of the outside things and the success he's had is only going to make him that much better in college.
Yeah, he's a horse. That's power like I've never seen.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes the name of the game in college is just to throw it hard and get it to the pocket, especially on the left side. And I think that if he would have been on our squad this year, just knowing the conditions we bowled on, he would have dominated. So
yeah.
I don't think anything less is going to happen next year.
Sure.
But
yeah. So the last time I saw you, we were both on opposite ends of the Resch Center.
Yes.
And taking in the PWBA Anniversary Open. What was that experience like for you? I know you had some rooting interest in the championship match, but
yeah,
what was that whole thing like to take in?
That was insane. Like, it was unbelievable. I got to watch the set be built from start to finish, and so just like I couldn't even comprehend the idea just looking at the empty set, but then to look at it filled with that many people, like I literally couldn't even wrap my head around it. And it was just such a huge moment for not only just women's sports, but bowling in general. Like, obviously that's huge for the women. We don't get that type of attention. And, a lot of people aren't always aware of what's going on our side of the tour. So to have all eyes on us and all of those kids at Junior Gold getting to experience that and see that they can live out their dreams, that, it's like right in front of them. It was just so surreal. And then obviously, yes, my best friend and my tour roommate was in the championship match. So not only did I get to sit, right on the sidelines, right on stage with some other PWBA players, but also knowing how much that show impacted her, like it was just so surreal.
Yeah. I got to talk with Josie after the win, and I gave her some crap for being a Bears fan.
Yeah. She was like, do I have to put this cheese head on my head? Yes.
Yes, you do.
It was so funny. Nora Johansson was like, what is with the cheese head? She was like, I come to Wisconsin, there's so much cheese here, and then you're telling me if I win, I have to put a cheese on my head? I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
Soak it in.
It was so funny, though. She was so confused.
Yeah.
But
it's fun stuff. That's what makes Wisconsin great. And yeah, to have bowling on that stage in that area where, let's face it, they're getting so many big time events, the state events, the national events. ITC is going to be there this year. It's amazing what they've brought in through not only, because of the Resch Center, but Ashwaubenon.
Yeah. I mean, that center, they are fantastic. Like, they host so many events, and they are just so good to all of us, players and coaches. And it's really incredible, what they're able to do. And like recognizing how special that 10th anniversary event was to us and making sure that we felt like it was as monumental as it was. Like, it was really awesome for them. So
yeah. And you had a nice run in that event too.
I did. I finally had my breakthrough, and so it was even more special to do it at such a special event.
Yeah. So let's talk quick about Tour this next year. I mean, it's coming up fast, as we said. It starts here at home, and then you kind of go out, away from me. I'll put it that way, because I would have loved to have seen some of the events in person, but it's just in different parts of the country. Does that travel wear on you at all?
Yes. Last year, I felt like for living in the Midwest, we had one of the easier schedules. We were able to come home in between events sometimes. And even then, I mean, the burnout was real after, because not only are you competing event after event, but that travel, you're away from home, you're away from your family and your friends, you're away from, your comfort zone. And so when you're a little bit more introverted like me, and then now you have to get out in this world and talk to thousands of people, and it's a lot. Yeah. And so it's going to be interesting. I think from May to June, we're gone for like a month and a half straight. So yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So it's going to be interesting for sure. But the places we get to go to, I'm really excited for. I love Colorado. That is one of my favorite states of all time. So that's going to just feel like a vacation to me. Yeah. And then we get to go back to New York, and they were great. Get to go back to Niagara Falls. That was super cool. So just making sure to make the most of each place, and getting outside the bowling alley to, really see things and just see the world and take it in is really cool too. And it helps with that burnout a little bit.
Sure.
So.
Yeah. It's, it's incredible to see those tour events, and I can't overstate that enough, that you got to get out there and see it in person to really understand. Mm-hmm. You ladies are incredible shot makers. You've got the rock solid releases, and it's one thing to see it on TV, it's another to see it in person. I can remember taking part in a pro-am with I think Rocio was on our pair, and Shannon Pulhowski. I was struggling to make the ball wrinkle, and these ladies are swinging the lane. So it's incredible, the difference. And I like to bring, point things out like that, because we're in this week after a 152 to 136 championship match on the PBA Tour that has the tendency to get, uninformed individuals thinking, I could do that.
Yeah. Correct.
You couldn't.
No.
None of us could.
Yeah. No. I mean, like, even going back to the whole idea of like the spare balls, right? These guys are the literal best of the best. And no matter what's thrown at them, no matter what's taken away from them, they're always going to make it work, because that's how good they are. So that's why even like this, like scoring pace argument, scoring pace is so high, scoring pace is so high. No matter what you do, they're going to figure out how to score. Like that's their job. So it's like, yeah, I mean, if anyone just would have watched that title match, like you said, they would have thought, oh my gosh, I can do this. But what about the scores before that, Like, it's just a small picture of a really, really bigger picture that, some people don't always see. And that's why I think it's super cool that that new documentary was released about the guys tour, because some people are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they would include this, this, and this. And I'm like, that's real life. Like, these guys are fighting for their lives, for their income. Like, if you were told at your job, hey, you're not making a check this week, you would probably drop the F-bomb a couple times too. Like, It's the same thing. It's just different perspective. So
you know me too well.
So, I mean, like, I'm sure it happens in any sport, down on the field, on a football field. Yep. You don't hear what they say, but they're also guaranteed a check every week, whether they win or lose. So
yeah,
it's just a whole different world that, yeah, you really can't take in until you see it for your own eyes.
Yeah. So I don't want to take up all your time. I know you're here to watch Whitewater, but I want to ask you this because I remember when you came on the show, I said, have you ever done anything like this before? And you said, no, I haven't. We're like, what, a couple of years past that now, right?
It's been about a year now.
And a
Yeah,
half?
it'll be about a year in May.
Okay. Are you more comfortable with this? Did I help you get comfortable in front of a microphone like this?
Yeah, I would actually say you did, because that kind of sprouted my little journey of going on like podcasts and stuff. After that, I ended up going on another podcast.
Passion Pod?
Yep.
Yep.
I sent him over your podcast, and I was like, here's the first podcast I ever did. So, good luck watching that. But I went on his podcast. I sat in with Bruce City Bowling, and I sat in at the sweeper and talked about the anniversary pattern.
Oh, that's right.
And then I've just done little things here and there and booth. So you definitely got me a little bit more comfortable in front of a camera, in front of a microphone. Even on my channel, like my Instagram, I've been trying to talk more,
Yeah.
So I'm getting there. But
Well, you're doing a heck of a job. I got to see some of those, the thing with Brylo and the Passion Pod. So, keep doing it. It's like bowling. The more you do it, the better you get.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Well, thank you so much for
Of course.
humoring me and
Yep.
coming over.
I appreciate you having me sit down and talk.
Yeah,
Give me a break from watching all the bowling.
this is fun stuff.
Yeah,
Best of luck to your boys out there. All right. So you never know who you're going to see at a high level event like this, like folks like Kelly, and she's great. She's off to a good start on her PWBA journey and from the Rockford area. Kelly Whipple. All right. So despite the 224-201 finish to that last game, San Jose State a few ahead of Marion. It's going to be Marion taking the match point. On the strength of those first two games. Yeah, when you have 500 after two, there's not too much you have to worry about. But yeah, Kelly's great. Heck of a run at that anniversary open at Schwabenon. Hopefully we'll get to see her on one of these finals shows coming up here in the new PWBA season. So just see a little bit of Milwaukee, or a lot of Milwaukee, on the right side of your screen. You'll kind of see on the right Leighton Barlow, who they tend to lean on in the anchor spot. Talented two-hander from the Milwaukee area.
At a Capital University playing school. Nice to meet you. You're gonna have both our teams on your next round. So. Cool. I'll girls are on 15, 16. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll give one on girls coach right now.
Cool. Thank you. All right, so we're going to have Grand Valley, both men's and women's, this next game. And there's a strike for Williams as San Antonio finishes things out. San Jose State will likely get on the board with their first victory of the day.
Next link. Hello. How are you? Good. How are you? Okay, take.
So 158 finish for San Antonio, and San Jose, which, despite not being a state, they are going to be winners here on the women's side. So, Capital University is going to be here in both men's and women's form. So this is pretty much the halfway point as we finish up match 3 on the left here. It looks like we're going to see the San Antonio men.
Yeah, so this is all so this team is third team. And even if we have the first two. Okay.
So we'll have Capital versus Texas San Antonio on the men's side.
It's just these 5 sets make and then they go into the first round. Technically, it's 2 rounds. I think the first 2 do.
15 and 16.
Can you fill that out for me?
Thank you.
Miranda, we'll start with that.
All right. So opens on both sides for Capital and San Antonio to start out the fourth match. So along with the Capital women, we'll have Grand Valley State on the women's side. As Capital turns to Guan Frebeman for the second. And he pushes 10 back. So nice recovery from the open. Nathan Den takes 2 out of the 3. So 37 through 3 for San Antonio. Into the, oh, I'm sorry. This is Den. No, that was the other side. We're on to Juan Rodriguez, or JD, as he is known with a 2-10 split. And a nice cover there by John Wagoner. Juan Jewell is going to take the fifth for San Antonio. I'm sorry, William Jewell. And he has been a killer this year. 213 average through the year, just a freshman, too. And he gets 9. As Capital turns to Caleb Karonsky to try and increase their lead in the fifth. Up high, just the 2-4. I'm sorry, just the 2. Jewell was recipient of some honors in our opening ceremony here today as he covers the spare. So Texas, San Antonio, and Capital are in the same pool I know they were both 1-1 coming out of the first two matches. We'll see an update on that coming up. Josh Yo-Yo in the San Antonio 7th, leaving the 10 pin. This is a relatively young team, too. Rodriguez, the lone senior. Others are all freshmen and sophomores. And that one hooked by the 10 pin. All right. Get our first look at the Capital and Grand Valley ladies. Coming off an open here is Chloe Witter. She goes up high and pays the maximum penalty with a big split. Capital counter to Zoe Blickensturfer. And she'll try and run down that 7 pin. Capital is a private school in Bexley, Ohio. It's kind of near Columbus. And they have a nice lead going on the men's side against San Antonio right now. Zach Abbott taking the 9. Leaving just the 10 pin. All right. Jewel takes care of the spare. He is a freshman from Fort Worth, Texas, on the all-conference team with a 216.9 average in conference. Second in the SWIBC Conference Championship. And third in SWIBC number 3. So 151 is what the team ends up with here. So Capital will go into game 2 with a nice lead. Caleb Peronsky taking care of the spare in 10. Sarah Cordes leaving just the 7 pin. Or is that? No, that's the 4 pin over there on 15. Reagan Lopresti for Grand Valley. She's got 3-6. So Capital going into the second game with a 24-pin lead. Coach is going to make a little lineup change. The bowlers will do a total of 5 pool play rounds, 5 pool play matches, and then a position round for the 6th. And that will determine seeding for the double elimination bracket. There's a spare on the Grand Valley side for Cadence DeWitt. And Samantha J. also with a spare for Capital, who has opened up about a 25-pin lead. Olivia Hicks getting the 9th frame strike. Club Team Bowling. I have the wrong website there? ClubTeamBowling.com is the spot. Yeah, Club Team Bowling. That's where you can find basically everything you need to know about this tournament. It's all there. I've relied very heavily on the information on that website, so thanks to Club Team Bowling and the folks who are keeping that website up to date. It's been a big help to me, and I'm sure it will be a help to those of you following along here. All right, 7-10 in the 10th there for Jolene Powers, who gets 1. So 173 for Capital. That's going to be enough to go into game 2 with a lead. As far as our leaders so far, you've got Alma College in the die pool with 3 points and 2,214 pins. In the Weimer pool, Muskingum with 3 points and 2,302 pins. On the men's side, Whitewater is 3-0, 2,666 pins, 300 better than Wartburg. In the Lawson pool, it's Rochester Institute of Technology, one of 4 teams that are 2-1. They've got 2,354 pins, a narrow lead over Penn State Park. Arizona State leading the Berks pool with 3 wins and 2,359 pins. And Ohio State tops in the Sowards pool, 3 wins and 2,372 pins. The Capital women are 7th among club teams in the nation. So they've had a nice run this season, 146 for Grand Valley. And they'll start out game 2 with Capital ahead by about 27 pins. They're a young team as well. No seniors on their roster, but lots of talented underclassmen that are powering this team to a great season in 25-26. And there's a strike on the Capital men's side for Bailey Becker. That's a double for them as they try and continue their lead against San Antonio. Spare for Lepresti. And there's a strike for Koronowski, who no, I'm sorry. That was Frederman. Koronowski will take the 8 for the Capital men. So Noah wants to know if I can switch to the Penn State pool. I can't because I'm kind of in one spot as far as the video is concerned. I can tell you that Penn State, if you're talking about the Penn State Park team, they are 2-1 and are in 2nd place right now in the Lawson pool. The Berks team is also 2-1. They are in 4th right now in the Lawson pool. They're in the same pool. Yeah, unfortunately, I can only stay on these 4 pairs or these 2 pairs. But we did see them a little earlier in action, and they tore up 17 and 18. Beat a high-powered Purdue team that is one of just 2 going to the ITCs. So they've had a nice start to this thing, and course, hoping to continue that. But yeah, I'm kind of tethered to these two pairs, unfortunately. This is also where we will have our championship matches later on tomorrow afternoon. There's a big strike in the 10th for Zach Abbott, who has moved into the anchor spot for the Capital men. They can get up to 233 if he hits two more. San Antonio with 183. And 334 through two. Jolene Powers taking care of the spare in the Capital fifth. Meanwhile, Abbott has a double up in the 10th. Here's the fill ball. And got a third for 233. So a nice rebound from the 175. That opens up an 84-pin lead for Capital as the teams switch lanes. Meanwhile, Grand Valley with Lopresti hitting their third strike in a row as they try to dig into that Capital lead on the women's pair.
Sorry. Subbing in for Capital right now is Cassidy. Sorry.
This is Cassidy Johnson that just took care of the baby split. Nice move, coach. So Johnson in for Cordes in the Capital sixth. And Grand Valley with an open after those three strikes. And there's a big strike for Dickensdorfer, Capital 7. Cadence DeWitt leaving just the 7. Okay, nice spare for Capital in the 8th with Samantha J. There's a great shot by Isabella Brunt for the Grand Valley 9. Mackenzie Callahan connecting for the double for Grand Valley. They can come out of this with 220 if she can hit 2 more. Meanwhile, a spare on the Capital side with Olivia Hicks. There's a nice break for Abbott, who came in a little high, but dumps out the corners for the 3-bagger for the Capital men. So they will eventually be putting the pool results up on that Collegiate Club Bowling website. It's clubteambowling.com. Noah wants to know, do you know what Michael Bardo's stats are for PSU Park? No, I haven't seen any individual stats. The ones that are coming to me are kind of just the team ones. I'm just getting the match wins and the total pinfall. So unfortunately not, and I don't know if you'd be able to find that on the website either. That might be something that just the teams themselves are keeping track of. Capital's coach has decided that they are spending the rest of the tournament on lane 18. Make things a little easier on me. I wouldn't have to keep shuffling around these roster lists. All right, 208 there for Grand Valley. What was your score in the last game? 179. So things certainly tightening up between Capital and Grand Valley. Just 2 pins separating these two teams moving into game 3 of this 4th pool play match.
Want some company?
Sure, I would love some company.
I don't know how you do this all day.
No, you just do it all day, right? That's the job, you know. We're joined by Tony Hall, who is the head man for Rock Valley. What do you think so far?
It's another college tournament with so many people in.
Yeah.
Crowded. Been some fun matches though.
Ah, okay. Yeah. No, it has been fun. And I had someone ask me recently if I could switch back to Penn State, if I knew one of the individuals results. There's so much going on that it's interesting all the way around, and you want to have unlimited cameras and reach, but unfortunately I'm kind of tethered here. But no, obviously, same old, right? Whitewater kind of dominating things. And
it's more interesting once we get to the matches.
Yeah.
Where it's head-to-head in the bracket.
It really is. Alma and Muskingum on the women's side leading their respective pools. And we haven't seen them just yet, but I'm sure we will as the day goes on. There's a spare for Capital from Blickensdeffer. But it's always interesting to me to see the pace that these guys go at, because San Antonio was done a long time before Capital, and I didn't so fast I didn't catch their last score, but there's a lot of strategy there in that, isn't there?
There is. We're generally a faster paced team. It's just kind of been the way we've always done it. That way we can get people the breaks in the middle, and we want to bowl when it's our turn. Other teams are really slow and methodical, and they spend more time talking between frames.
Sure.
But pace to play can really throw people off when somebody's really slow versus somebody really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you're kind of lagging in one game and then catching up in the next. Lady C. Sparrow wants to know, where do you find the scores? They will update scores on the website. It is clubteambowling.com. Clubteambowling.com. I know they have a spot for pool play results. I don't know how quickly they'll be updated, but that will be the place once they get those entered in. Again, we're 3 matches into this, so kind of early yet.
Yes.
Pretty
sure Sean is updating after each block.
After each block?
Each match.
Okay, good. Good. I think more importantly is if there's somewhere to find the bracket, because that gets tough to follow, in the midst of it. But they're usually pretty good at getting those things updated too. Yes, Fantabulous 70 wants to know, is that Coach Tony Hall? It is. It is Tony. I can prove it to you. See? There he is. But we were talking with Kelly a little bit. What's it been like to have someone of her caliber kind of join your family there?
I like bringing in assistant coaches who are recently bowling college. I had my son for a few years after he got done at Rock Valley, then Whitewater. Then I had Nick Summer for 2 years, and now having Kelly Whipple. It's really fun having somebody who's competed at a higher level. These guys are looking up to her, and they love the experience that she brings and different perspective. You know, sometimes I could say the same thing. They'll take it maybe better from somebody who's closer in age, and sometimes they like it the other way. So
Sure.
It's good to have that mix.
It really is.
You know.
This is Aiden's mom, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So in case you were wondering who was Fantabulous 70. That's the fun thing about YouTube. You can put whatever screen name you want on there. Totally go incognito. But no, it's and it's kind of an interesting situation that you're faced with year in and year out, right? You've got the underclassmen, they're there for 2 years. You kind of need them to catch on pretty fast to compete with the big dogs.
That's what I've always said is, you know, you always had this whole thing about like freshmen just want to be on the team, sophomores want to be on varsity, juniors want to start, seniors want to win.
Yeah.
I feel like we do that in one season. You know, everything's fast forwarded, and part of it is because they are kind of thrown into the mix. You know, most years we have freshman bowling. So this year our roster for the guys was 8 guys for the postseason, 6 were freshmen.
Oh wow. Okay.
You know, and that there's challenges in that, but it also fast forwards their development.
Sure.
As far as they gotta have to. It's an old argument. Sean and I were going after a local player, and he kept telling them that they would get better benefit by being on JV with them for a year or two versus being on varsity. And it's really based on that player and what they get out of it. And after one season, he said, no, I got more being on varsity, being against the other teams, you know, the competition level, everything.
Yeah.
But, you know, the constant turnover is hard.
Sure. But you know, by the same token, it's like you know if you're going to go into a big program, a big, powerful program, the likes of UW Whitewater, Wichita State, some of the others, you may not bowl right away.
Correct.
But at Rock Valley, you have those opportunities.
You definitely. I have that conversation with our high school kids locally, and then our own players who are looking to transfer. You know, you got to find the right school for what you're going to school for. But in that pool of schools that have bowling that you're considering transferring to, you got to look at the teams and just decide, are you going to be comfortable with what you're walking into? Because if you go to one of those top programs, you still might not bowl.
Yep.
You might only get a few JV tournaments where you can go to another team where you could be on varsity and bowl all the time. It's a hard decision to make because everybody says, I want to be a great teammate, but at the same time, they all say they want to bowl.
Yep.
And it's hard to do both at every program.
You've got this finite, amount of eligibility. You want the team to win.
Yes.
You want to do what you need to do on the lanes. Yeah,
it's tough.
There's a lot of competing forces there.
Yep. Yeah, and we've been lucky. We've had guys transfer to other programs who have won. So we had Brett Boyteen, who transferred to Whitewater. They won. And then J.D. Stewart transferred, and they won at Whitewater as well. We've also had other guys transfer to Mount Mercy and Newman and Marion, among other schools. And, you know, it's the ones that have transferred to those top programs, it's a challenge.
Yeah.
You know, they're the competition level on the team itself is competitive just for playing time.
Sure. But naturally, if you go to Rock Valley and then go to a bigger school, you're going to win eventually. That's what it sounds like.
It sounds like, yeah, because I think we figured out the trivia question of who has won the NJCA National Championship and ITC, and for the longest time it was Rick Steelsmith only.
Okay.
And Brett and JD both did that when they won at Whitewater.
Okay.
So Brett added he also won IHSA State as well.
Okay.
So it's funny how you can back into trivia questions.
Sure. But, I mean, the common denominator is good bowling, right?
Good bowling.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good bowling. Andy, I saw your comment here. Unfortunately, I can't get you to the Penn State lanes just yet, I'm kind of anchored to these two pairs, 15 through 18. But hopefully when they, get the brackets going, or maybe even the position round, depending on how it shakes out, they'll come to me. We saw them defeat a high-powered Purdue team, and really one of the more interesting developments of the day, at least from where I'm sitting. So it's not that we don't want to see them. We do. But unfortunately, I'm kind of anchored to this location. What do you see out there when you're kind of perusing down on that other end, or, looking at these teams individually? It's for the untrained eye, you just see a lot of people yelling and striking, but there's more to it than that.
Definitely. And I'll be honest, when I'm watching, it's totally different than when I'm coaching.
Sure.
When I'm watching, especially when it's part of the bowling centers that we're part of, I'm looking for, is anything happening that needs fixed?
Yep.
More than I'm watching the actual competition.
Sure.
And then we have favorites, right? We have other teams that we're friends with. We have other players. I mean, I've got players out here who bowled for me.
Okay.
So I'm kind of watching them and supporting them.
Yeah. That's got to be cool, even though, they're not with you guys anymore. You can still kind of take pride in the fact that, hey, we helped them grow at Rock Valley, and now they're on to bigger and better. Except
for when you, at a regular season tournament, you make the bracket, and you got your old guys bowling against you.
That's not good.
That's I usually tell the other coach, can I have them back for this match?
Yep.
They usually say no.
Yeah. They can be kind of fickle like that.
It's tough when you're bowling against former players.
Sure.
Because think about it. How many people actually have that happen?
It's got to be kind of a rare coincidental thing.
Even with the transfer portal, making transfers happen a little more often.
Yeah.
And in those situations, it might not always be a positive thing where, if I got a guy that's going on another team and they throw a strike to beat us, yeah, I wanted to win, but I'm also happy for them that they performed.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a unique thing.
Sure. It's like you want them to double so we can double to beat them.
Yes.
So here in front of us, you've got Capital University, both men and women. The women's team is relatively young, but very accomplished this season. They come in with a number 7 club ranking. Grand Valley, a newer program, but trying to hold their own and definitely off to a great start this game. When you're new or you're young, what do you tell your players to kind of get you either doing better or motivated to grow?
I mean, my main thing with most of the young players is it's always learning.
Yeah.
No matter if you have a good day or a bad day, you should be learning something that day.
Right.
And in college, it's a lot about learning how to play the lanes. It's totally different than a lot of other tournaments, the way they break down and the way you go through your day, especially when you have a whole team bowling. And as long as you can get through that day, try to keep mentally into it, making good quality shots. And then, like, for most of the time, we're just looking at how do you make more quality shots? How can we fix your game, your mechanics, to get to the line where you can be more solid, make good quality shots, so then you can make the moves on the lanes you need to make.
Sure.
And it's hard. I mean, you combine, getting stronger on your physical game and the mental toll that college bowling is.
Yeah.
I mean, most of these people are trying to do the best they can for their team, and you're bowling on demanding conditions, and some days aren't yours.
Yep.
And learning how to deal with those days when it's not your day is probably the days you learn the most.
Sure. Yeah, that's kind of an underrated skill. How do I go from missing spares or not hitting pocket to turning it all around? Because that's tougher than just hitting a spot from the start.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, they've always been really good. They maybe were the best on their high school team, and now they've got to learn how to intermix on a team with a lot of good bowlers. And it's different. It's definitely a challenge for them to learn how to work with that.
This is an interesting situation here coming off of 17 and 18, where you've got Texas San Antonio, who has yet to win in this thing, if I'm remembering correctly. But they've got this all-world freshman in the anchor spot, William Jewell, who we saw, receiving awards at the start of that thing. What do you do in a situation where you land somebody like that? You're going to go through that next year with Devin.
Yeah.
Devin McKissick.
Yeah. I can't wait for get Devin on campus and in our practices. When you get really good players, the main thing is they got to realize they still have to work.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the more success you had younger, you think you're done. You're a finished product. And I usually explain to them the best bowlers in the world are still working on their game.
Oh, yeah.
There is no I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
There's always working on it. How do you get better? How do you get more solid? How do you get the repeat shots better? Because this is a really difficult game to repeat shots.
Yeah.
If you take 2 shots that you think you threw identical, if you break them down on Specto, they're not.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 identical shots is really difficult. So you just got to keep working. And the better you are, if you get that, you'll keep getting better.
Now, when you guys are practicing, do you have access to either the lanes here or Cherry Bowl? Where are you?
We practice at Cherry Bowl.
At Cherry?
Yep.
Okay. All right. And that's got to be great to have a facility like that, or this one. There's just these centers around here are so, they're so legendary. And I was asking Brad about, one of the athletes had asked me, well, is the owner related to Don Carter? And he's not.
No.
But that yielded an interesting story because Brad said his grandfather was good friends with Don Carter. And in the 50s, when, Don Carter was becoming Don Carter. And when he built this place, he goes over and says, hey, buddy, old pal, can I name it after you? And he said, sure. And he even came here for the grand opening. So it's kind of cool to have that in the rear view, especially when you're, trying to motivate kids to be better than they thought they could be.
Yeah. And the whole Rockford bowling community all goes back to John.
Yeah.
I mean, the passion he's had for youth bowling and putting such an emphasis on youth bowling is why we've got such successful programs here. We've got a middle school program with almost 500 kids in it. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
Our high school teams are strong, and now our college teams are strong.
Mm-hmm.
So it all goes back to John.
Yeah.
And then Brad's ran with it and take it even farther. I mean, he's the reason middle school got from 200 and some kids to 500. Just the way he went about it to try to grow it.
There aren't a lot of proprietors out there that really have that long game vision like John does. And that's something else that's special because, like you said, it grows the talent that comes out of your area. And when we're in this environment where it's easy to say, oh, the open bowling brings in the dollars and that protects our bottom line. Well, you know what? If you have a good crop of young competitive bowlers, guess what? They're going to be your league bowlers. They're going to be your tournament bowlers. And it's going to, boost that bottom line over time.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to keep going with youth. You got to keep getting more kids involved in bowling because, let's face it, most kids, when they start bowling, they love it.
Yeah.
It's just exposing them to the sport.
Right.
And getting them involved. And nowadays, there is so much to bowl in. I always tell these guys and girls that they don't really get how much is out there compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
We
we
thought
sport.
It's totally different. City tournament was big. You got to go state. You maybe got to go to a Pepsi or a Coca-Cola type tournament because when I was a kid, it was Coca-Cola.
Yep.
I still got a plaque with it. But that was like a couple a year.
Yeah.
Now they can bowl every weekend somewhere.
Sure.
And the traveling that they're doing to bowl in some of these tournaments.
Sure.
As youth.
Yes.
It's just a totally different game.
Well, and when you come from an area like I do, which isn't quite Milwaukee, Green Bay, Madison, but isn't quite the Twin Cities of Minnesota, yeah, you got to pick your spots sometimes.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, some of these people are really traveling just for local tournaments.
Yeah.
Even.
And it's good. They understand that, the payoff is there and it's worth putting those miles on the cars and time and all that good stuff. So, yeah, keep bringing kids to those tournaments. It's awesome.
Yeah.
We've got Capital have a pretty nice run here in this game, and I've kind of lost sight of which game this is. Sorry to say, but
it is a little hard to keep up with during this round.
Yeah. But the good part is it's all seeding, and we're all going to be in bracket match play starting this afternoon. But yeah, this is Jolene Powers, who is a Capital freshman and anchoring this team and doing a nice job of it so far. They could have 226 if she strikes on the fill ball. But yeah.
And I say in Rockford here, we also love hosting all these tournaments.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've got the former Pepsi State tournament going on over at Cherry Bowl right now.
Okay.
We've got middle school sectionals coming up. First time Rockford's hosting that, IESA. We host the girls' state finals, IHSA. But we also got a PWA stop coming up, too.
Yeah.
So
at the Cherry
really
Bowl where it all
to that.
started.
Yeah. What's always fun is a lot of the ladies will come and they'll take pictures because we still have the signs on back where the tour office was, and they'll take pictures in front of it and post it.
Oh, that's cool.
It's really cool.
Yeah. You know, you mentioned that John is such a big part of, growing bowling in this community, but it's more than John, right?
Oh, absolutely.
He can stand on a mountain and scream till he's blue in the face. The people have to want to do it.
Yeah.
That's got to be special to have that, cross section of the community too, support what John is pitching.
Yeah.
Or what Brad is pitching.
When you talk about the youth programs, it comes down to like here at Don Carter's Patty Dole.
Mm-hmm.
She's passionate about the youth program. Over at Forest Hills is Kelly Nims. Those two are kind of like the driving forces that just keep pushing youth bowling. So, John has always pushed it and got it, but he's also had other people, like you said, who have done the long-term stuff of running these leagues. Both of them run the youth programs for a really long time.
Yeah.
And they've got kids of kids, bowling in their youth programs.
Sure. Strike with Bailey says, don't forget about PWBA with John.
I think we just talked about that.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, that's where I started. I went to work for the ladies tour back in 1990 and traveled through 98 doing the player services truck, drilling balls and helping run the tournaments. And I stopped being affiliated in 2000, right before it kind of, ended.
Okay.
So PWBA, we had a lot of good times back then.
I was saying when Kelly was up here, you just don't understand how good these ladies are until you see it in person.
Absolutely.
They're incredible.
Yep.
They are just incredible. And, hopefully this tour keeps growing bigger and better, through the support of USBC and all the, the folks who are behind that, because, man, that was kind of a dark time when we didn't have the tour.
Definitely. There's a whole era of ladies who got out of college or whatever and were thinking about bowling on tour and it wasn't there for them.
Yeah.
And, the girls now are coming out and they're able to go bowl on tour, and we need to find a way to keep that going.
For sure. Okay. So we're going to get some team from this little town called Whitewater in this last game. I mean, it's like a couple of churches and a couple of bars. You might miss it. But they do have some good bowling over there.
Their coach is okay, too.
Their coach is an okay guy, too. Yeah.
I think he learned it all when he was in high school. He had some really good coaches.
Okay. I mean, that's a good point. I can't, I've got no response to that because I didn't know, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Yeah. Well, Brad and I were his high school coaches.
Ah, okay.
So
yeah. What's come on, you must have a story about what he was like as a snot-nosed high school kid.
Brandon, most stories are not repeatable.
We're talking about the high school days here?
Yeah, a little bit about our high school days.
Grab that if you want to defend yourself.
We had a lot of fun in high school. We had a good group.
We did a lot of have fun in high school.
Yeah.
And we won.
We did win. That is fun usually.
Here, slide down a little bit because I'm going to put you on camera, but I'm going to cut Brandon's head off if we don't kind of scooch up. But yeah, tell us how it's been going so far, because I see the scores; they look pretty good.
Yeah, we've had a good day. We got lined up pretty early, and just they've been good shots. We've been fortunate. The next pairs have been pretty close to the idea what we're doing. So just grab and score what we can and just coasting along.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. So I mean, years have gone by since high school, and he's become quite a player. What's that like for you to see all the things that he does, both as a player and as a coach?
It is definitely rewarding watching players who have gone through and bowled for you, and then they go on and keep bowling and have lots of success, and then they turn around and give back.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things I've always pushed is you got to give back to the sport that's given you so much. I feel like bowling's given me so much, so that's why I've coached so much and done other things. And knowing that players like Brandon are doing the same thing, and they're going to have another round of players who are going to go through the same thing, and they're going to hopefully coach, because that's what we need. We need more people getting back involved.
Yeah, for sure. This is a fantastic event, and I know I've said it before, but I really want to, thank you and the other committee members for putting this on, of course, bringing me in, but also for giving the players this opportunity, because without this, there's so few players, teams that move on to even sectionals,
right,
let alone ITC. And that there's an appetite for it.
Right.
The competitive juices.
So the idea is obviously give the club programs a little more opportunity, like I said, another event to look forward to. Like I said, I mean, some might not make the sectional tournament or, like I said, qualify for ITC. So this is the idea to give these teams at least one more thing to bowl for during the year. And, just not any opportunity to compete is always a good one, So, and if we could do it in more of a national event type format, it's even better of a win for a lot of these teams,
For sure. Because if I'm on one of these other teams, I mean, yeah, I want to get through the folks in my conference and all that, but I want my shot at Marion and Whitewater and Purdue, and they're all here.
Yeah, and that's what the format. That's what's nice about the format. Like once you get the match play, anything can happen. It's like we try. That's why we take these qualifying games to get a lot of knowledge of how the pattern's playing. But when it comes to after qualifying, when it comes down, we need more score than people we're bowling against. And especially the best of 5, you get lined up, you go 230. Those are 2 quality games. So it's like these bracket formats. They're set up where any team can have success, and so it's good to give any type of school the opportunity to go do something like that.
Do you tell your guys anything different going into the pool play versus when the bracket is revealed and we're head to head?
I'd say it's more focus and more intent, I guess, is what necessarily our mindset's kind of the same, but honestly, like, you can't control what the other team does. The other team goes Brooklyn, right? Like, it's deflating a little bit, but like, if it's control, we control, try good shots, and hopefully pins fall away. I said in a match play format, some bad breaks can come your way versus like a good strike, a good shot not striking, or a bad shot striking for them. But it's just taking it one shot at a time and controlling our own shots, and hope we have more score at the end of it.
I know you couldn't see that, but Dawson Peterson just kind of gave Brandon like a sign with his.
He was wondering what lane we started on. We started on the left
right.
or the right lane.
And he knew exactly what he was saying.
We got that communication, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, you spend a lot of time with your team through the year. You pretty much kind of know what everyone's thinking.
Right. Yeah. And that's good, because then you're on the same wavelength, and when it comes to crunch time, you know how to motivate. Yeah. And they know how to receive that advice, and it all kind of gels like it has for you over the years. We're also going to have we've got a nice set of teams here. Alma and College, Whitewater, Wartburg.
So I think it's set up where the higher ranked teams are finishing here, like based on the incoming rankings based on the year. So
okay.
I believe was ranked 1 for the women, and we finished ranked 1 for the men as far as ranking. So
okay,
I think it's set up where you got the 2 of the higher ranked incoming ranked teams coming on this pair for you. So
okay. Well, if there's any way that you can somehow will Penn State to get here during the bracket, do that, because a lot
of Penn State fans.
A lot of people want to see Penn State.
All right, we'll try and make that work out for them.
But now that your team is starting, I don't want to keep you.
No, thanks for having me. I should go do my second job.
You probably should. Yeah. Good luck the rest of the way. Yeah. All right. So that was Brandon Mooney from Whitewater. I do want to make sure that these coaches get the sheets. Hey, Brandon, can you getting that to Rockford. And maybe these folks from Alma and Co can hang on to those sheets. All right. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be here soon. I mean, they haven't started yet, so maybe if you can slide it to one of the players, they'll get it to him. Yeah. All right, so we get started here with Whitewater and Wartburg. Oh, that's the Whitewater one. All right. So here's Luke Winter from Whitewater. And spare strike, and now a 2-pin to chase down as Wartburg tries to combat it with a strike in the first, 6 in the second. Thank you. Over on the women's side, we've got Alma and Co. And if you were around here last year or watching on the live stream, you saw Co take down Purdue in the championship to bring home a title. This one for the first time. Whitewater had a few before this past year, but still very exciting to win.
It's always exciting to win.
Yeah. So Wartburg is no slouch. They've got some nice history. I had a nice conversation with Jace Godell a few months ago, and he talked about his time in that program. And thank you. Switching coaches, which is nothing that your folks have to worry about, but yeah. And a nice double there out of Ryland Prokopek and Tyler Richer. So an early lead for Wartburg as we go with Noah Vanderbeek and Fair. And you can definitely hear the support for Whitewater. They always travel very well.
They travel very well.
It's a nice break for Lewis Shantz. Dawson Peterson, who's up on 17 now, is the reigning U.S. amateur champion. And although that wasn't the result he was looking for, he didn't get that title by accident. He's a beast out there. Okay. Yeah. So there were a few holdovers from last year. I know that Jenna Ryder was here with Co, and I think Callie Johnson. So I know they lost their anchor on the Co side since last year, but that happens. Happens twice as fast for you.
Yeah. Yeah, our turnover is pretty quick.
Yeah. So a 2-8 on the Wartburg side for James Stubbs. They call him JR. I like the nicknames because sometimes it's with complex last names and it's easier to just say JR. He's doing a good job too.
You know, you talk about the turnover, and sometimes it's like, I can't imagine what it'd be like to have a 4-year, but we also would lose what we're about because you'd be just like everyone else where you don't give the opportunity to your freshmen coming in. So to me, the 2-year schools really fit that place in college bowling. And I don't know why there are not more 2-year schools pushing bowling, because it's just such a good opportunity.
Yeah. And I mean, I think back to the 80s when you had Erie Community College ruling things.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Erie and Vincennes. I mean,
Yep.
They basically both were dominant on the 2-year side, but they were also, back in that era, they were able to be dominant on the ITC side too. I mean, there's a reason why, you know, Herm Helmer's name's known.
Yep.
He won an awful lot.
Yes, he did. Yeah. All right. So he's got a 6-pin up there. Does Ryland Prokopek for Wartburg. Meanwhile, Whitewater with a few opens in the last 5 frames.
I don't feel like they ever do that when we're bowling against them.
Right, yeah. They never did when my college team bowled against them, that's for sure. But I'll tell you what, the other thing is, you know, that was back in the days of ACUI. And when you went to the national tournament, sure, you wanted to win and you know, you did your best, but you kind of had this kinship with the folks, who were on the other teams from the state or in your conference. And yeah, that's what we had with Whitewater, Parkside, Oshkosh. They were all out there. So I would hope that something similar is going on here, but
I think that's the one thing most people don't realize is, especially over a 4-year period, you bowl all 4 years, you're going to create so many friends on other schools.
Yeah.
You know, it's you can't even begin to understand that until you get into it.
Right.
You know, you spend so much time with your team, but you're also spending a lot of time with other teams that are in your area a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and they end up being some of your best friends, even though they ended up on another school.
Yeah. And the pros talk about it all the time. We're at each other's throats on the lanes, but afterwards, we're going to have a meal together. We're going to,
Yeah. And you're rooting for them. I mean, even if you're competing against them, you're still rooting for some of the other teams that are your friends, that you want to see do well. I mean, Marion making ITC, I was rooting for Josh, to get there and to have a chance for doing that.
Sure.
And then we have a player on their team, Tommy Revelletti. To see him actually get to experience that, it's going to be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's cool. And for it to be, in Wisconsin, in the Midwest, it's kind of neat too.
Yep.
That makes the travel easier for those of us who try to follow it. And, you go from there to Junior Gold, which is right over in Minnesota, and they've got the PBA Tour. Rockford's got the PWBA. I mean, the Midwest is really, really lucky during this stretch.
The Midwest is amazing for bowling.
Mm-hmm.
It just is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to ITC and being able to go up and watch for a little bit. And it's a lot easier when it's in Green Bay and closer to home.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be able to carve out one day, and I will savor every moment because I've never been. So
I have not made it. I went to the banquet 2 years ago when we started the College Hall of Fame,
Okay.
But I've never stayed for ITC, and this year I'm planning to. I might stay 2 days, but I got to miss my league if I do that.
Ooh,
So I'm
okay.
still debating if it's the last night too.
And where are you bowling? Here?
Cherry Bowl.
At Cherry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I bowl with Nick Summer, Kayla Summer now, and Jacob Summer. And unfortunately, we're not in the playoff hunt this year. But I will tell you.
Who's sandbagging?
I don't know if it's sandbagging, as my inconsistent schedule has really not worked well this year with being able to bowl well.
Yep.
But I did not shoot 480 this week.
I know someone who did.
I think you do.
Yeah.
I shot like 680.
Okay.
Which is unusual this year. I have not had many good weeks, but I have not bowled a 480 all year.
We did talk about that a little bit when he was out here because, yeah, I saw that post too. And although he wasn't tagged or mentioned or anything like that,
their team is good at doing that. You bowl bad, and someone else bowled good, they're going to make sure it's seen.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I don't think this is the type of game that is representative of what this Whitewater team is doing or has done. But, you know, if there was a time to shoot 150, it's probably during this early part of the event.
This is college bowling. You're moving pairs. You don't always have a good idea of what was done in front of you. And every ball thrown down the lane changes the lane.
Yep.
And trying to figure out what you need to do. You know, sometimes people that are watching are thinking, all you got to do is this, this, and this. But when you're down in there, you're making the moves. You got to find something that makes sense, that works, that gets a good look. And once you get that, then your whole team can maybe follow and try to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But in Baker, the games go by really fast.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you're only bowling 2 games, so each person's only getting 4 shots. And then you move to a new lane.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's a wonder scores aren't lower.
Sure. But through the years, you know, the thing that I think really plays to Whitewater's strength is when one of them gets going, the others feed off of that person so easily. And that's, you know, it turns a stone falling down the hill into an avalanche.
You know, when you get going as a team and through the whole season, you really learn each other's games very well.
Yeah.
So it gets to the point where you sometimes know better than the bowler themselves what they, you know, they throw a good shot. Like, how good of a shot was it? Was that a good look? You know, was that the right ball? And as the year goes on, you get better at making those decisions as a group.
Sure. But yeah, like we said, it helps to have someone, you know, back here saying, ooh, I know what he needs to do next, or I know what she needs to switch to, or whatever. So if you ever want to come up to Eau Claire and help me with that.
I think I'm maxed out on what I can do right now. I'm involved in enough different things.
Sure.
But if I get up there, I'll stop in.
There you go. There you go. Make sure it's on my league night, please.
League night.
All right. So Cole with a pretty decent lead over Alma at this point. They will turn to Madeline Gazzari for the Alma 9. Working on a strike here. Connects. So we've got a nice double going into the later stages of this game, trying to catch up to Co here. How has your program handled this switch to absolutely no urethane in college bowling?
So at the beginning of the year, we still were letting people use it. And then when it became where it wasn't going to be allowed at sectionals, I just said no more. Let's get it out of the bag.
Yeah.
Some teams kept using it during the regular season, and that was their choice. To me, I just wanted it out. I wanted to just let's work with what we're going to be working with in the postseason. The NJCAA tournament, we followed the same rules, so there was no urethane, just like sectionals and ITC. And, you know, whatever balls end up in your bag, that's what you end up working and how you worked and played lanes.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have a game plan for what you have as options. When we bowled the Hoosier, we ended up throwing plastic on Sunday. That was a 1-to-1 flat pattern. It was pretty high volume and shorter, and we were able to actually have a pretty decent look with plastic. And you're kind of noticing in some of these, higher level tournaments, the pros and stuff, and Masters this week, there's people are using more plastic and mixes.
We saw a ton of it at the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they keep the ball in play.
Yep.
So it's just finding that way. End of the day, players that have the talent, they're going to score. They're going to find a way.
Sure.
Whatever bag balls are allowed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it was kind of interesting that, you have one season, but two kind of different, rules to follow.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit of a transition period before this will all sell itself out.
Sure.
I was on one call where they were with USBC. We were part of the advisory council and we were talking about it. And my main response was, I'm glad I don't have to make the decision.
Yeah.
Because the more you knew, the more you realize it's hard to decide
Sure.
what to do and what's right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Things like integrity of the game and, hurt feelings and all that, come into play so much. It looms so large.
Well, not everybody can be working as hard as you.
I'm a working man. What can I say?
All right, so now we have some updated results. Whitewater and Ohio State are the two men's teams with 4 points, undefeated match records. They are, of course, leading their respective pools, the Overby pool and the Sourd pool. You've got Grand Canyon men on top of the Lawson pool, and they are 3-1. You've got Marion on top of the Berks pool at 3-1, but they've got two others in their pool, Arizona State and San Jose State, both with 3 wins. On the ladies' side, it is Coe College, who is right in front of us with 4 wins, leading the Dye pool, and it's Muskingum with 4 wins in the Weimer pool, leading that one. So the other 2 schools we have in front of us, Alma is right behind Coe with 3 wins, and Wartburg right behind Whitewater with 3 wins of their own. And just when you thought Wartburg might have a great opportunity to really pounce on Whitewater, here they come. Here comes the run.
So, we talked about how you only throw like 4 balls on that lane, but you also throw 4 in a row on that lane.
Sure.
So in team games, you're going back and forth, like everyone does. Baker's unique in where you throw 4 in a row. So the better teams usually figure it out.
Yep.
Except for when you get on a pair that's really hard. Like sometimes pairs are just, they're tough.
Sure.
And you never figure it out. I mean, you can see Whitewater here, it's got to figure it out. The normal move is to go deeper. And its main thing is just trying to figure out where the hook spot is, and are you going to the hook spot or are you playing the hold?
Sure. And what we've seen so far on the men's pair is that 18 seems to be the preferred pair. So all of a sudden you've got Whitewater figuring out 17 and then moving to that higher scoring lane, rather. Yeah.
And that's the other thing Baker kind of exposes is sometimes there is a better lane. When you bowl team games, you might say, oh, I'm struggling on the right lane, but Baker really shows it because you get the scores.
Yep. We're talking with Coach Tony Hall from Rock Valley College. He's been watching the action all morning so far, right along with us, and seeing some guys that have crossed paths with him in one way or another through the years here.
Yeah, we definitely cross paths with Whitewater a lot.
Sure.
They come down sometimes to Rockford and practice Cherry Bowl, and they're pretty close with them.
At what point during the year does your team kind of start ramping up and practicing and getting set for the new season?
You know, I've changed it over the years. I used to start a week before school started, and this year we started the second week of school.
Okay.
Some teams don't even start until September for
Sure.
practices. So, you know, we were starting the second week of August, and I just kind of felt like it was a little much maybe, so we backed it off to the fourth week of August. Let them all get into classes, get a little situated there, and at some point I got to decide next year.
Sure.
Because for some people it's good to get going faster, and some that extra time getting adjusted for school is better.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, they are student athletes, and they're supposed to be a student first.
Yep.
And we got to make sure that they do well on that end.
And in most cases, that's something you find out as it happens too.
Yeah.
At least, in your boat, and for some of these teams bringing in freshmen. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm as excited as I'll get out to go to my school of choice, but I've never been away from home before.
True. It's very hard. It's a lot.
Yeah.
This year we had 13 freshman guys, and we had 3 freshman girls. So we had 16 freshmen.
Wow. Okay.
And that's another thing that four-year schools generally don't ever have.
Right.
That quantity of freshmen.
Cool.
And getting them through that first month is everything.
Yeah.
I try to tell them not to focus on too many other things, take care of themselves, and focus on school, focus on their bowling, focus on if they're doing a job, just take care of what they need to take care of, and don't worry about everything else. Because if you can make it through that first month, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
That's when things smooth out.
Right. You get used to it. Not only used to the living environment, the bowling environment, the classroom environment, and then you can start exhibiting true potential. As Whitewater gains 4 pins on Wartburg after that game, but you just kind of chip away, right?
Yeah. And about the 6th, 7th frame, I thought it was going to be a lot more catching up. I think it's also the thing a lot of people don't realize. A lot of these college teams, there's a lot of good teams.
Yeah.
The top teams get a lot of the publicity and the press and stuff, but there's so many teams that are so talented.
Sure.
Youth bowling, college bowling in general is, I think, at an all-time high as far as talent.
And you can't sleep on these teams like we saw Penn State take care of Purdue. I mean, on paper, you figured it would be open and shut the other way around, but you know what? They found a look. One guy strikes, the next guy feeds off him. Just like we've seen so many times out of these highly ranked teams, and all of a sudden, Purdue's in this gigantic hole, and they don't have the games to get out of it.
Yeah, if you're bowling at this level still, you have a chance.
Yep.
Any match, anybody can win.
We watched UW Milwaukee take care of the defending champions, William Patterson, last year. Stuff happens. But, I mean, it starts with good coaching, and that's kind of the constant here, right? Whether you talk about Wartburg with the Runts or Brandon with Whitewater, I mean, a lot of these other coaches have been here year after year after year, and they know the buttons to push.
That's the other thing. This is my 10th season coaching. The talent level of the coaches in college keeps going up.
Sure.
There's more and more. 10 years ago, there was a lot of teams that were more just like club advisors and didn't have real coaches, so to speak.
Right.
And now there's coaches everywhere. and there's really good quality coaches.
Yeah.
And you're also seeing a lot of the coaches are former college players.
Right.
You know, like I was saying about Brandon, you know, giving back to the sport.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of them out here that I watch bowl, and now we're competing as coaches against each other.
And what's interesting to me is you've got, sure, a lot of great bowlers who become coaches, and they're great at that too. But then there are some that maybe aren't as good as a player, but are really good at motivating their kids and getting the most out of them as a coach.
I've got a player that's graduating this year who, you know, he was always like he wasn't a starter. He had to work his way up both years. But his instincts and watching ball motion and the way he thinks, views everything is amazing. I've told him flat out, and Kelly did too. At some point in time you should coach because you're really good at it.
Yeah.
You have a good way of explaining things. You have a good way of looking at things.
Sure.
And, you know, we're trying to develop bowlers, but we're also trying to develop just really good people who are going to do things like that and give back.
Yeah. Yeah. And right, that's value no matter which way you slice it, because even if you don't, you know, throw a ton of strikes, maybe you can help your teammates do that, or you step into the coaching role and can help a new crop of teammates do that. So despite the fact that they've had an open in the second, Wartburg they're holding their own. I like his game. He's got a nice game, Louis Shans.
No, the key to college bowling is filling frames.
Yep.
You can find a way to keep clean, keep filling frames when you're not striking. And then you get to the point where you strike. That's when the good teams are the good teams, because they're doing that.
Sure.
You're not giving away a whole bunch of free pins when you're struggling.
Practice your spares, kids.
Oh, you can't practice them enough.
Yeah.
I think every year I've coached, we've increased the amount of time we've shot spares in practice. And it's funny is every year the kids always say at the end, not during. During they don't quite, because shooting spares in practice is kind of boring.
Right.
But at the end they say we should spend more time shooting spares next year, because they see how important it is as you get to the end of the season.
Sure.
You know, you got to fill frames.
It shows up in wins and losses.
Yeah. I mean, I think we flat out won the engines this year because of our spare shooting. We shot at such a high level of spare shots that we didn't really give another team a chance to come back.
Yeah. And that's kind of what you're seeing out of Co right now, is that, you know, they don't have a ton of strikes up there, but you know what? Other than the split, they've made every spare. And, you know, the anchor puts a couple together, and all of a sudden you got 213. And that's a pretty big game on, you know, in this pattern, these conditions.
Stay clean. You can, you know, strike out the 9th and 10. You can shoot 213 just like that.
How many two-handers would you say are in your program right now? I know we know Devin's coming in, but other than Devin, like, right now,
it's predominantly two-handed.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we only had, when we started the year, we had 16 guys. Only 5 used their thumbs at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
So
that's kind of following the trajectory of the rest of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just more and more. It's becoming just more popular. You know, when you start coaching at the middle school and high school levels, you got new bowlers. If they don't look just natural, and even if they do look natural, you almost have to say, hey, try this.
Sure.
Let's see how that looks.
Yeah.
And even some of the guys that throw, you know, using their thumb, they also are playing around with two-handed. and they'll usually say, "Hey, what do you think of this?" You know. And so Tommy Rebeletti, who's on Marion today, he's a senior. His freshman year, he was always on the bench, never really cracked the starting lineup. And in summer, he started throwing two-handed. And he was doing it when I wasn't around. And then one day he said, I want to show you something. He went out and threw it two-handed. And after about 3 shots, he goes, "What do you think?" And I said, "I think it looks really good." I go, "If you want to make the switch, I think you can do it." And I said, "Bud, it's going to be hard."
Yeah.
You know, I told him, I said, I gave him like a 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year of where he would get to.
Yeah.
And the funny part is it took him about 9 months to get to where he was really effective in tournaments. And that was when he was done with me. It was sectionals of his sophomore year where it all clicked for him. And then he's had 2 really good years for Marion now.
So you got none of the benefit.
I got the benefit of watching him, progress and get better. And like I said before, it's fun to root on your former players like that.
Sure. Yeah. No, we saw them over here, and boy, they killed this pair. They really did.
That was good. Their first game wasn't as good.
Okay.
First set.
Well, they came to 18 and shot 500 in 2 games.
Yeah, both really well.
Yeah. So it's funny how you can turn that all around. And Peterson with the 10-pin, but he's coming off a 3-bagger, and they're going to, again, cut into that lead a little more.
I think the score was.
Oh, yeah.
Lost track.
I got that one. Couldn't get the others. Yeah, it is hard to follow.
Yes. We're in the process of revamping the NJCA National Championship tournament.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to actually go to a bracket finals next year. Needs one more approval before it's official, but we'll go to a top 8 men and top 8 women, best of 7 single elimination.
Okay.
So looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah. And that creates a high pressure situation because, one loss, you're done. So 201, they might get 20 pins, they might get more. And I'm not exactly sure where the score is at. Yeah. So I think they went like 2-0, 2-teen or something like that. They were at 2-teen and the 156. But yeah, Dawson's plenty deep, and a lot of these guys are.
Pretty much every college tournament you get deep.
Yep.
You get to where it's just how deep you have to get, and then how far out you have to get it.
Sure.
Are you playing the hook spot or the hole?
Yeah.
And that changes what balls you're using and how you play it.
Do you have guys that you'll say, okay, we have 7 minutes left to practice. Why don't you try burning something right there?
We burn most tournaments depending on what the shot is, if we know it. We're usually looking for, you're looking to create that hook spot, that hook, where if you miss right. And if you do it right, you can make that first pair really nice.
Sure.
The hard part is with freshmen and sophomores, sometimes they don't get through the whole learning of how to do that properly.
Sure.
And how to make those quality shots in practice until their sophomore year and later in the sophomore year. So
sure.
It gets a little harder to do, but definitely helps when you can do it.
Yeah.
And then some teams don't believe in it at all.
But they probably should.
I think they should. It definitely helps.
Maybe just a little.
Yeah.
So now Brandon's put Dawson into the 3rd and 8th frame as they try to climb back into this. Do you consider this one of the places that carries pretty well, or
Don Carlin carries well.
yeah?
Definitely.
Okay.
So I was explained by Nick Hoagland once that the era that this center was built, the sidewall wood is a harder wood. And then like Cherry Bowl and Forest Hills in town were late 70s, and that's when they went to a softer wood. So that is why you see difference in carrying places. It's the eras they were built.
Sure.
And the sidewall, the wood they were using.
Okay.
And I had never heard that until he went through it with me once.
But it makes total sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the carry is amazing here.
And Kelly was saying they tend to hook a lot.
A lot of these high friction surfaces that lanes hook a lot. You know, they're coming out with some newer oil that's supposed to be better at it. We're going to test it at Cherry Bowl here this summer.
Okay.
See how that works.
Sure.
And we've bowled on it a couple tournaments.
Oh. It's funny. It feels like we're in the 4th game here. And as this thing has gone on, it's like the crowd is getting closer and closer. People are kind of clamping down a little more.
That's the one thing that's been very noticeable over the last 10 years. 10 years ago, it didn't seem like there was as big a crowds for college tournaments. Now, there's so many people coming out to watch.
Yeah.
The support. And like you said, like I think of Whitewater and the parents traveling well. There's a lot of schools that do that.
Yeah, back in my day, the parents weren't there.
No.
At all.
Yeah.
And, probably a good thing considering what happened, after we were done bowling. But, no, it's different now.
It is different.
Yeah.
Definitely everything's more taken serious. They're all trying to win. They're all trying to bowl well. It's just a different level of competition anymore.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, 3 opens and 4 frames, but Whitewater is not exactly locked in either. He didn't like that right away. Just a 10-pin to deal with. And this Louis Pisano was one of the student athletes that was honored right at the start today. There. All right, so quick math. They're 6 or 7. So they're really only up a pin right now. And what I find kind of interesting is that, Alexis is right down there with them. Brandon's back here up on the concourse, kind of
different coaching styles.
Yeah.
I know when I first started, I was like right on the approach.
Yeah.
Like almost had to be told to get off the approach. Like always right there with them. And as the years gone on, I backed off. It depends on the situation.
Sure.
I try to teach the process, not every last little detail, like telling them every step of the way. I want the bowler to be making their decisions, getting, all of us talking together about what's going on. But the bowler, I feel, has to make that decision.
Sure.
They got to feel confident in what they're doing. And I think you see that as time goes on, coaches, spend more time not being like right up there. They let the team work together more, and they just try to right the ship as far as what direction it's going.
Sure. The other thing that I think is unique about Whitewater right now is, last year you had Garrett, and Garrett was the anchor, time in and time out. Now, yeah, you've got Dawson, who can be an anchor, but you've also got a bunch of other guys who you could plug into that role and feel really confident about what's about to happen.
Yep.
And you kind of have to have that to survive the highs and lows, right?
I think I used 5 different people in the anchor spot.
Okay.
And it wasn't because people weren't like holding it. There was that many guys that were good.
Yeah.
And I probably had more that could have.
Sure.
As a coach, you want to have flexibility, and if someone's throwing the ball really well, you want to put them there. But it's different.
Right.
In Baker, being the anchor is a lot on you.
Sure.
And if one person does it the whole day, it's a lot more shots.
Oh, yeah. Yes. The fate of the team sometimes sits on that person's shoulders.
Yep.
Probably more often than not.
Yeah, I had Zach Joyner, who at sectionals was anchor for both days, all day.
Wow.
And he played baseball, football, basketball, everything. And he said that was the most grueling thing he's ever done.
Wow.
Being anchor for sectionals, because it's 8 hours of bowling each day.
Yeah. That says a lot right there.
And the mental, you got to be mentally in every shot.
All right, so now on the women's side, you got Coe at 176, but Alma's starting to creep in there. And, get back in this. They can have 197 with a spare here. Again, I haven't really been keeping track of the math, but wow, it's already 153. My goodness.
Actually stayed on schedule pretty good today.
Time goes fast when you're in this. So Coe ended the last game with a 7-10. They're going to start this game with a 7-10.
I think they just said they need 2 pins.
Oh. Got him. Got him. Huh? So they came all the way back.
All the way back.
Wow. Brandon probably knows the totals. What? Again, lane 18, right?
Better lane.
17 hasn't produced the scores, at least not as consistently as 18 has, and to finish on that lane is good stuff.
Well, and that's where we get to the bracket and you get to the head-to-head matches. You know, you have that practice time. You got to decide what lane, the higher seed. It's big.
That is good.
You
Yeah.
know? It's really hard to sometimes tell in just your practice time which lane's better.
Oh, sure.
But a lot of matches come down to the same lane won all the games.
And I would imagine after these matches are done, there'll be a little lull while they figure out who's in which position, as the last match in pool play is a position round match. Oh, so this was it.
This is it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So there will be a lull that will, in fact, take us to a different video link. For those of you wondering about the afternoon's match play, that will be on a separate link as this one is. So when you come back in hour and a half or whatever it is,
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Yeah, for the first 2 rounds of the bracket, it'll be on a separate link. And it won't be all the teams because some get buys, but I would assume we're safe in saying the Whitewater will be among those since they had that game lead. But that's the thing. I mean, you don't have to win pretty. You just have to win.
No, there's no style points.
Yeah. And I really can't tell you who we're seeing for Co just because we've had some lineup changes there. And I mean, Alma as well, but I'll tell you who the lady who he has anchoring, I believe that's still Shelby Longstow. She's got a nice game. Maybe Brandon will come back here and tell us what the final score was. He's talking to somebody near the desk. See, you know all the people. Your people are everywhere.
Well, she actually helps. She works as doing sales for us in the
Okay.
bowling center.
That's
She's got
right.
coaches with me, so
I've seen her posts about that. Yeah.
it's the key to bowling. Got to keep the people, get them involved.
And yeah, Kelly Whipple is one of the right ones to keep involved for sure.
And when I put out that I was looking for an assistant coach, I was like, oh, I think I want to talk to her.
Yep. Yeah, come on back. Want to talk to us a little bit about what just happened? First of all, we didn't even catch the final score, so I'm sure
We stuck it out somehow. We got 766 to 764.
Oh wow,
was the final.
So that was really close.
Yeah, we had a rough game one, and they had a really good game one. So honestly, I mean, not for not to give up, but just kind of take the information, and we found ourselves, caught a couple good games, and we were down 50. So the fact that to see them kind of put up a fight there and make the other team work for us, it's a good thing going to the match play to see that fight out of them. You know?
Right. So what we've been seeing all morning so far is that 18 has scored better, more consistently than 17. What did you see in 18?
So we got the luxury that we started on 19 and 20 this morning. So actually, what happened, like this might be a little home field advantage here, but knowing how much this place hooks, right? Like we didn't go with a lot of service on our bowling balls to start. While teams they got the pattern and saw maybe it's a little bit higher volume pattern, and like there was a lot of surface going down the lane in practice on this pair. I think just because you see the pattern, you see the numbers, and you go with the graph, So I think a lot of it had to do with how they got broken down early in the day, because the teams are burning up, around 7 at the arrows, but they're getting offline because they have so much surface on them. Like that surface now is getting dragged 30 feet at the arrows, So I think it's created a lot of over/under because this is the most cliffed pair we've seen since we started. So I think there was so much surface early. So I don't know, the guys, honestly, whoever burned on the left lane to start, maybe had more fresh surface on their balls. I think it created a lot of over/under pretty quick on the pair, So I'm curious now because after we can re-hit with fresh oil for match play, what different strategies teams are going to go with surface-wise. But I saw a lot of surface going down that pair to start, because I don't know if teams just didn't realize, again, maybe some home field advantage, realizing how much the center kind of hooks a little bit, so they went with surface based on the pattern. I think it created a little bit more hole in the middle of the lane than anything, and made it a little trickier, especially as teams trying to move left.
Sure. Now, your guys obviously moved way left, and that's nothing new. Your team has done that since way before you.
Yeah.
But is that something that you had to instruct them? Okay, you're going to make this move by this many boards, or do they just do it and you kind of?
I mean, it's more comfort. Like a player like Dawson, he knows he's pretty good at realizing his ball motion, what he's good at, and Dawson's really good at getting left and shaping them like that a little bit. Yeah. Versus like I don't know how much you really watch. Like somebody like Nate actually tried to square back up and use his ball speed a little bit. He still left, don't get me wrong, but like he wasn't trying to loop him. He was trying to use his ball speed a little bit and trap the ball in front of the head pin. So you pick up on your players' strengths and what they're good at. So a lot of times it's more suggestions, more than me telling them what to do, but here's what I'm seeing. They'll tell me what they're seeing, and we kind of come up with a plan together of like based on their player style, what's the best move for them. Because then you also watch the other team. Like that game one, we shot 150, and they had a good game. So you start watching them to see what they're doing. Versus different, like the other team, they went right and took hand out of it. They kind of like fluffed it up around 15 at the arrow, which is pretty far right for this late in the day. But they were able to trick their hand and get it to stop in front of the head pin, So it's just knowing what those person's tricks are and what's going to work best for them.
Sure. Yeah. The other thing that we were noticing is, of course, the support, right? You've got parents here. As this thing got tighter and tighter, you could almost feel that coming closer. How much do you feel that kind of down in the settee area?
We feel you can definitely hear them. Yeah, we've had a really great group of parents these last couple of years. Honestly, this year's no different. We're fortunate where a lot of the parents, as far as they were to live, it's not a bad trip for them. But even if it was, even Dawson's from Minnesota, his mom made the trip. Even like Luke, he's from Green Bay. That's still 3 hours away from here. So it's nice that we have that support of the parents coming and watching, and it is kind of like you hear like same thing like NFL football, right? Like the fans get going, that you can kind of hear them. It's kind of no different here when you get a bowling alley, a little bit tighter space, and you get a string going. Like not only is the team getting pumped up, but you got fans and supporters and all them getting pumped up with you. It just helps kind of feed in that energy a little bit.
Sure. Do all your guys throw 15?
They do.
Okay.
At least on this roster. I do have a couple JV guys that throw 14, but yeah, most of them are 15 pounds.
Gotcha. Cool. I'm always curious about that because I made a move to 14.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea. The way the ball technology is these days, like you see people making the move faster to 14 to save the body. So you're not really losing much on the performance of the bowling balls anymore.
That's what people who don't have to throw 14 say.
I run a pro shop. I got to throw that one in there. Make some sales.
There's not many throwing 16 anymore.
No,
not at all.
Yeah, 16 is very, very rare.
Sure.
So. Also, even there's guys on tour and they're dropping down like college. Like there's guys for how often we bowl. Like I said, nobody on this roster throws 15, but out of my 24-man roster, I think I have 3 guys that are already and they're college students. They've already made the move down just to more leverage and more easier on their body. The younger they can get to it, So I said the way they're making bowling balls these days is really not much of a difference.
Yeah.
I had a couple players that went to 14, and it all of a sudden they had more hand in it. You know,
Yeah.
they were just able to
They
handle
say
the
they
14
got a little more
and get
control in
their
the
hand
hand.
motion through it. Where with 15 they just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah.
So I said it's not totally crazy. So these are college age players that are already kind of transitioning to that 14-pound world. You know, it's not an out of box idea.
You know, I told Sean when he came on, I think it was the first time, and I'll tell you this too. I still have 1 year of eligibility.
I did too, actually. I'm a COVID player. Yeah, we have to make our comeback together here.
We could have this killer team of old guys.
The has-beens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start taking some classes somewhere. Right. I'm sure Tony will take us, right?
Well, no, if he only has 1 year,
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
But when people say that to me, I always say, I don't think you get through all the practices.
Yeah. I know I couldn't anymore.
I mean, these guys, it's kind of amazing how many games they bowl.
Sure.
You know, and I have people a lot ask me like, you know, hey, I got eligibility. Okay, are you going to practice? Because it's a lot of balls going down the lane all week to be ready to go on the tournaments.
Mrs. Fef, we're going to have to, talk this over. Because I think that's who you've got to convince, not me with the practice. I'm the old warrior. Oh, yeah, I can practice all this stuff. No, I can't. She knows better.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So, again, I didn't really catch the final score here. Maybe Coach can keep us up to speed. What was the final score? Gotcha. Okay. So defeating Alma by about 70 pins. Yeah. So now you've got this time to kind of sit and wait, right?
We got to well, we held on to a first round bye, so we won't bowl the 4 o'clock round. So told the guys just take it easy. They're gonna go check into the hotel. They drove in this morning with us only being an hour away. So go check into the hotel, hydrate. Said they're not allowed to take a nap. Not allowed. That's the one thing, my one rule. Not take a nap. Come back and bowl another match. But yeah, got a few hours to kind of relax and kind of strategy a little bit and wait to see how the bracket ends up, see our matches. But
so much like we saw from Anthony Simonson and Born to Bowl, you got one match today.
Yep.
and then the next day.
Yeah. It's tricky. As much it is nice to earn a bye, it just makes the break a little bit longer and just to stay. We had a pretty, I'd say heading into this pair, we didn't really catch any tricky pairs. Like we had a pretty successful day leading into the day. So it's like kind of hard to now make them shut down and relax and then come back to that same energy. You ride a lot of momentum here. So we had a really good 3 or 4 blocks of qualifying and be happy about that. But we still got to find a way to come back after 3 or 4 hours. With that same mentality, it's tricky.
Yeah.
And that's why it's part of the challenge, but I say that it's nice to have the bye, but it also just means another match that we're waiting to come back and it's just about one match. Like you said, it doesn't matter what, like we're done after one, whether we win or lose it, so it's like try to keep yourself mentally ready to come back. I'm like, man, we got to come back just about one match. Like, no, we got to come back and win a match. Right. It's a little mental challenge,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Well, hey, it's a great start, right? Yeah.
So I can't complain, but now the real fun starts. So
that's right.
It don't matter how this morning went. It's a whole new tournament. Like we talked about earlier before we bowled that match. Like match play, anything can happen. It's a re-oil. Maybe the team we bowl against is a different game plan on the fresh, and they come firing 250 at us, and we got to find a way to respond. So I said we could take the victory how good qualifying went, but we got to come back ready to go based on whoever we bowl against. So
yeah. Let's see if we can catch Coach Randy there. Oh, no, he went the other way. You're going to get him? Okay. Yeah, from Coke. They're basically in the same situation that you guys are, where, taking their, top spot in their pool and all that good stuff. Yeah. He got away when they won the national championship last year.
Yeah, he stuck away from you?
He was just gone. But I know what he was trying to, Oh, this Pfeffer guy.
Yeah, pushed you away.
Yeah.
Yep. Can I get up close?
Gotta get nice and close.
All right.
Well, congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Good to see the ladies come out on top. How'd you do it?
Well, I know for us early on was rough. We didn't really like the fresh, too inconsistent. Got left maybe a little bit too quick, and we were just inconsistent in general. As the day went, it got a little bit easier for us because we got a little bit more consistent hook. We were able to get left a little bit more, and we were able to actually go through all of our players, and we just had really good looks later on. But early was rough.
Yeah. I want you both to answer this because since I've got you both here, it's one thing to win this whole thing, right? It's another thing to do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you tell your teams going into a title defense like this?
I just kind of you don't want to look at it that way, you know, because it's a long road to get back there, right? So
Sure.
it's like any other tournament. You kind of want to remind them. It's like, hey, like yes, we did do this last year, but it's like it's no shoe-in to go and do it again, right? So it's the one thing you try to use is the experience. You know, we had like once you go against a team once you get in the pressure situation, you're hoping that their experience from last year helps settle the nerves a little bit. But at the same time, you know, it's not going to. The adrenaline gets going and stuff like that. So it's cliche, but it's true. Tell them take it. We gotta go one match at a time. You know, it's a long road back there, so we can't look too far ahead. Otherwise, we're not. You know, if we look too far ahead, it could fall just short of it. So it's just trying to remind them one match at a time, one shot at a time, and hopefully we just keep going on the road to get there. You know,
It's cliche, but it probably works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same for us. I mean, we said nothing about back-to-back or said nothing about last year, what we done, because it's just not the same. It's going to be different. We have different teams. You know, there's a few at the top that we're aware of, and they're very good. So we can't take any of that for granted. And I don't think any of our girls have. I think they are really just in focus to what we are doing right here.
Yeah.
And have no thought of last year, which is a good thing. That's what we want.
You know, another commonality with you guys is you both lost anchors from last year. Your girl who was in the anchor spot, Shelby. There's two Shelbys. Oh, no, you have them doubled up.
Yep.
She's got a heck of a game.
Yeah, she does. And she bowled most matches last year. She was our third, most of the time fourth last year. So she got some pretty good experience going behind Whitney Morris, who was our anchor last year, and got to see a lot, kind of learn a lot behind her. So yeah, she's got quite a bit of game. We're gonna lose her now this year after this year. So that's gonna be a tough one for us.
I bet. And then with Garrett kind of having that position pretty well locked in. But now, you know, what I was telling Tony is, Dawson, you know, kind of starts out as the anchor, but you've probably got 4 or 5 guys who are comfortable stepping in.
Even that last match, that Dawson lost the ball reaction a little bit. We had to make him, you know, we were chasing 50 pins, so we made a switch. So, yes, Dawson has been the guy mainly all year, you know, and he's been a really good, not replacement, but you talk about losing Garrett, you know, having somebody like that be able just to move into that position helps. But at the same time, I do have 2 or 3 other guys I know I can put there if it comes down to it. You know, like I said, I did that last match. Like Dawson bowled 5 all day, and we got to a pair that he was a little tricked on. You know, we were able to make a switch, and like I said, we scratched out that last match by 2 pins. You know, so if I don't make that switch, who knows? You know, if Dawson throws a good shot and gets trapped in ball reaction, and we'd miss a double at the 10th, you know, you just never know. So I'm fortunate. I got a lot of good guys that can fit in that spot, but so there is still the factor of like Garrett and Dawson, those kind of players, like throwing good shots when the pressure relies them to, you know, so that it's hard to find players like that. So when you do lose one like that, it's nice if you can catch another guy or two to fit that spot.
Yeah. And I'm certainly not saying that your other girls can't fill in that spot. But
and I was just going to say, is like for our girls this year's team anyway, for sure. And it really was with Whitney last year, but Shelby is so willing to, she doesn't have to be in that anchor spot. She deserves it. She earns it. She bowls it well. But I mean, there's times where I might be a little bit stubborn, keep her in a little bit too long there. She'll come up to me and say, hey, Carrie's got it. We need to switch, move. And, you know, and I respect that. You know, she's like, she knows she's not quite there. She's going to do it. And it's better for the team than for her to move up. And that's when you have that type of a player, that's tough to lose.
Yeah. So, you know, we've heard from Brandon that his team is not allowed to nap during this, you know, this little break. They kind of get to, you know, decide whatever else they want to do, just no nap. What do you guys do to you know, make sure you're coming into that one match fresh and ready to kill them.
Yeah, they're going to get something to eat, and we're going to have a little bit of a meeting, and then they'll be able to relax a little bit, no napping either, and then they'll start
If he gets it.
They'll start doing some stretching and that kind of stuff. So we try to keep them a little bit active, actually, as most we can, even if that's just talking amongst the players, parents, that kind of thing. We don't want them sitting there thinking about everything that's going on.
Yeah.
They know what's going to happen. We don't need to overthink it. So, but we do want to keep them active and not just sitting there napping, as you said. That's not good either.
Sure. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. I really appreciate the time that you guys have both spent. It looks like we're just about done here, so we will wait for the re-oil and then come back fresh at 4 o'clock-ish.
4 o'clock, yep.
4 o'clock, and you'll be able to go to the second link to catch that action. We will be right back on it at 4 o'clock with those first 2 bracket matches. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. And
thank you.
Thank you all for tuning in. Hope to see you again this afternoon.
Thank you for watching Bowling with the Fef. Pound the like button and subscribe button. It's the easiest way to support the channel, and it's free. Bowling with the Fef is brought to you by Chip Magnet. Raise your snack standards.
Winkle's in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the official bowling center of Bowling with the Fef. Jerry's Score More Pro Shop, the Eau Claire area's leader in bowling products and services since 1988, and Visionary Video Hub, video with impact.
Email bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com with questions or to appear on the show. You can also reach out on your favorite social media platform.